Oh my goodness. Hi everyone. Wow, what beautiful name suggestions you got there. Chicopee, Torchic, Cluckfuck, Baba Yaga. Wow, these are certainly some chicken names. The- these are certainly things that you could name a baby chicken if you were so inclined. Um, Foghorn Leghorn is is that a chicken? You skipped over Fargle? Oh, sorry, I didn't even see Fargle. Okay, wow. These are these are so awesome. Hi everyone, good morning. Happy Monday to you all. It's the start of a new week. Unless you're weird and you think the week starts on Sunday, then I guess it's the second day of a new week. But surely that counts for something. Calypso, wait, that's cute. That's cute. I like when little baby animals have really intense serious names. Like I have a little kitten and her name is Scylla, which like kind of sounds like a pretty name, but you know, she's named after like a giant sea monster, and that's just so funny to me. Happy New Year! Oh my goodness, Happy New Year! It's Year of the Horse. Are you guys feeling horseish? I don't actually know what traits are associated with horse. I guess like strength. Are we feeling strong this year? I'm low-key living in the past. My New Year is not until tomorrow, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm eating some pretzel bread. I don't know. I don't know if you I don't know if you were wondering, but I'm eating some pretzel bread. It's low-key not that good. I thought pretzels were amazing, but this guy's kind of bland. When I name him a Nugget? Nugget is cute. Hmm. I quite like nugget. Dinner. Okay, well. In some countries, Sunday's the first day of the work week. I know I've seen both ways. I've seen planners. I guess I've had planners where like Sunday's at the front and I've had it where Sunday's at the back. I don't know. What do you guys prefer? I like Sunday being at the back because I like the two weekend days to be together. Mhm. Mhm. You can bring back upside down redeem. Oh my goodness! Thank you for reminding me. I gotta find out where it is. Horses are usually used as symbols for stamina and endurance. Are we feeling pretty endured? Do you guys feel like you have a lot of strength and endurance? I have surgery tomorrow. Shit. Oh, I thought it was Wednesday. Well, I guess it's good that they're getting you in earlier. Oh my goodness. Well, um good thing it's here, the horse. You're gonna be you're gonna be such a trooper. Good luck, good luck. Good luck. I've never had surgery. I'm pretty lucky. I like fractured my elbow in gymnastics when I was younger. I fell off a balance beam and my elbow hit like the little metal part. But it didn't break all the way through. So they like had to set it in place and it hurt really bad, but they luckily did not have to cut me open for that. I have no stamina. Oh my goodness. Well, maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Year of the horse. What do what are some horse things to say? Maybe we can eat some apples, eat some carrots, eat some sugar cubes, run around in circles, do some little jumps. I don't know. Admittedly, I was much more excited for Year of the Snake because that's like mine. I'm Year of the Snake. So I feel like very personally attached to it. I'm not as personally attached to horses. I don't think I know anybody who is a Year of the Horse. But shout out to everybody whose year it is. Eat some what? Oh my god, not you, Carrot. Wait, Carrot Chomp? That's so horse coded. That's so horse coded. Oh my god, if I was a horse, I feel like my username would be Carrot Chomp. That's my horse neighbor. Oh, wowie. Wowie. Gonna slice me up with their little knives? That sounds kind of scary when you put it that way. Milty is getting surgery to become an Uma Musume. Oh my goodness, she's gonna be the coolest little horse girl. The only thing horses say is neigh. How hungry! Oh man, I love seeing the how hungry memes and the Have you seen the like? I don't really know what to call them. They're like horse memes, but they're very like longing. It'll be like an edgy picture of like a horse with like mist behind him, and it'll be like, "Please come home, white boy," or it'll just see random stuff. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Or it'll be like, "You have a lot of inner strength." Jujutsu Kaisen fan. They're like very specific. Man, oh my goodness. Can somebody please post the little horse meme that says man for Year of the Horse? Wait, Dilsey, can you actually just like make an announcement tomorrow while you're in surgery, by the way? That's Happy Year of the Horse, and then you post the horse meme that's just man. I gotta wait for a tiger year. Yo! Ooh, tiger's a fun one. Tiger's a fun one. I don't know a whole lot about tiger, but I feel like the aura is good. Have you seen the horse and the two lesbians meme? No, I don't think I have. This is the year photos of horses and places horses should not be able to get to. Ah, man, horse memes are so peak. While in surgery, yeah, yeah, she's gotta. The grind doesn't stop, Bawa. She's gotta do her little tasks, no matter what situation she's in. Mhm, mhm. Year of the Tiger represents a strong and ambitious period in the Chinese zodiac, symbolizing courage, power, and the ability to ward off evil. Hmm. Courage makes sense for tigers. I think usually I would think lion more than tiger for courage, but maybe that's Wizard of Oz propaganda. Dawn sound like me? Dawn sound like me? It? What? What? I don't know what that means. Sorry. I'm gonna open Stardew Valley soon. I'm finishing my pretzel bread though. You guys ever had pretzel bread? I don't know. I feel like soft pretzels, those are like peak 10 out of 10. Really good flavor. But then when you get pretzel bread, I feel like it's kind of hit or miss on if it's as good. What's the difference between bravery and courage? Hmm. I've never thought about it. I feel like I would probably use them synonymously. I don't actually know the difference. When is acting despite fear? That Did you guys watch Courage the Cowardly Dog? It was low key a little too spooky for me as a kid. I don't know. Some of the art in that show was like too realistic, like a little too spooky. What is a pretzel? Oh, hmm. Well, there's soft pretzels and hard pretzels. And hard pretzels are, hmm, I guess kind of like crackers in a way. They're like, hmm, it's like the same ingredients as bread, but it's like really crunchy. Sure as a picture. Yeah, maybe that would be helpful. Let me find a picture of of a pretzel. Um, bam, bam, bam. It was scary, yeah. Yeah. Bam, bam. Okay, let me see. Uh, where is my Google Chrome? Hold on one sec. They're these things. Like, but budget? Budget. I'm not really sure what that is. But they're like this. Oh, my big ol' head is in the way. These are hard pretzels. I feel like this is what I normally think of when I think of pretzels, but then they can also be, like, puffy. They're very different textures. These ones are, like, really crunchy, crispy, and then these ones are just like bread. And this is the kind I'm eating right now, but it's not folded like this. It's just the same flavor, and it's not even that good. Not even that good. Gotta remember to translate all my sentences into normal person for you, SMH. Sorry. Maybe I'm too unk to understand. Let me translate from Michigan to any other place in the world. That doesn't sound like me, but alright. Don't sound like me, okay. I get sigh. I guess that makes sense. I don't think I'll ever talk to anyone from Michigan. At least not knowingly. I guess I don't ask everybody where they're from whenever I'm striking up a conversation. But I don't think I've heard that many people talk like that. Look, Stacy, they're good. They are good. I'm surprised. I don't think I've ever met anyone who never had a pretzel before. But I guess they're probably not common everywhere. It's supposed to be a pause before the I. That don't sound like me. Dot 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 I. I can see it. I can see it. I think I would put a but in between the me and all right. Tiger Fang, yeah. She has been open about being from Michigan, but I've never like heard her voice, you know? Like I don't think I've ever heard anyone's Michigan accent before. I'm so happy my zodiac birth year is a monkey. Oh, yes, I love monkey. I think if I had to choose, like if I got to pick, I would pick monkey. That's so peak. That's so peak. I really like that one. But don't get me wrong, I'm really happy with snake. I love snakes, and I feel like the qualities suit me. A little mischievous scamp, a little bit greedy, a little bit cocky. I vibe with that. But monkey is so cute. What a good one. That's why you're such a pain in the ass to catch in DVD. Wiggly fella. My goodness, a wiggly little monkey. That's so cute. It's just the Midwest accent, but we speak some words a little funky, and the sentence structures can be weird. Oh, I don't really I guess I don't like super recognize Midwestern accents because I'm like also from the Midwest. So to me, like the way I speak feels normal, or at least it doesn't have any like strong defining qualities. I don't know. Can you tell? Do I sound like I'm from the Midwest? I'm not there anymore, but I spent a lot of years there. I love monkey. Orangutan. Ooh, Tim. I think orangutans are apes. Um, actually, they don't have tails, so it's not a monkey. Hold on, let me grab Monsley. Whenever I see my hand cam stream, I like push him to the corner of my desk. You sound strange person. Okay, that is not what I asked. I real quick, are you from Ohio? No, I'm not from Ohio. I won't say where I'm from, but it's not Ohio. Occasionally. Okay, okay. I don't know. I feel like a lot of American accents, I can't really tell regional dialects unless it's like very distinctive, like, I don't know, like New York. I feel like is more obvious to tell. Maybe like Bostonian. But other than that, I feel like all across the United States sounds pretty similar. All right, listen up for Monsley. Also, hi, Brandon. Thank you for the stretch and hi, Jay. Okay, listen up. Yippee! I also have fake nails on, so I have to be so careful with Monsley. I don't wanna I don't wanna accidentally like claw a hole in him. Monkey and ape is different? Yeah, they're very similar, but apes are generally bigger and they don't have tails. And monkeys always have tails. And I don't know, I feel like they move a bit differently. And like apes kind of like use their knuckles to walk sometimes. I don't know. I don't know. I think they're similar enough. I just wanted to bully Tam a little bit. Does Monsley have a tail? He does. He's a sock monkey. Not a sock ape. Yes, you're from Weirdo Land. Yo. Okay, well, I actually went on holiday in Weirdo Land, and everybody knew you. They said, "Yeah, that Dilsey girl. Yeah, we actually made her the honorary mayor." Wisconsin girl? Top three guesses: Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Illinois. Oh, those are pretty like far apart guesses. I will not reveal where I'm from, but that is interesting. That is very interesting. I Is Pennsylvania even the Midwest? I thought that was like East. Is Funky Monkey Friday a lie? Oh, Awa lied to me. I shouldn't be surprised. Wait, Awa, you didn't know that Maudsley has a tail? Sigh. Okay, hold on. Can I hold on? I think I have an image of Maudsley. Oh, that's that's my banana from the other day. You guys want to see my banana from the other day? Ooh, the lighting's not that good. Okay, hold on. I'm pretty sure I have a Monsley image somewhere labeled monkey. Hold on. Maybe it's over here. Is this? Okay, no. This is the Aldi Christmas rat. I don't know why that's labeled monkey. Hold on. I think I have Monsley somewhere. Um hold on. Um, never been there. No idea what you're talking about. La la la, I can't hear you. Sigh. Penn is in the south. What? No, it's not. It's like up there. Hold on. Okay, I do have a single image of Monsley, but you can't even see his tail. Yeah, there's not even a hint of a tail. But trust it's back there. Trust it's somewhere down there. Um, Not the south. It's in the northeast. Holy hell! I need to go back to sleep. I was really confused. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if that one's quite southern, but like, I'll believe you. It's been out in the cold too long. Carrot, why are you out in the cold? Hang in there, buddy. Maybe your map's just upside down. Dilsey is wanted for crimes in Weirdo Land, perhaps. Shit! Wait, what crimes would she commit? I'm feeling like she's an arson girly. Do you think there's a quiz that's like, what crime would you commit? I think that would be fun. Can we all take the what crime would you commit test? Hi Avex, good morning. Good morning. Happy New Year. If it's Year of the Horse for you. I don't know. I don't know if you're ahead enough for that. But if it is, please imagine that I'm beaming the little horse meme into your brain that says, man. Definitely a train heist. Oh, you're robbing from a train, or you're just like illegally riding the train. I need to see Monsley's cheeks. Okay, well, don't word it like that. That is, he's not that kind of monkey. Okay, hold on. Let me take a picture. Can't explain it, but you seem like a Missouri gal. Just the vibe. Man, you got like 5 different vibes. Oh my goodness, I'm an all rounder, huh? Man. Wait, I want to join. Man. Beware the Cinnamon. What? What? Cinnamon? Is that me? Hold on, I set Monthly at my keyboard and everything refreshed. Okay, hold on. Ugh! Dang it. Pressing F7 turns Caray browsing on or off. Okay, no. I don't know what that is. I'm just trying to set Monthly down gently. Did somebody say horse?
I
Oh,
used to
oh,
wonder what friendship
okay.
could be till you all shared its magic
That's
with me.
cute.
Big adventure, tons of fun, a beautiful heart, faithful and strong, sharing kindness. It's an easy feat, and magic makes it all complete. I am fucked.
What? Okay, Dilsey, that last part was not necessary. I don't know how to take like a flattering picture. Like, I don't want Monsley to look bad, but I'm this photo is so incredibly scuffed. Okay, just like don't make fun of him, okay? Can I use somebody's DMs? Sure. Okay, Slay. Thank you. Tam. O banter. What does the O stand for? DM me. Don't DM me. Aw, man. I don't want your disease. Oh my goodness. What, you just. I sent you one DM and then you're just diseased? Dizzy. I even wish you good luck on your surgery and everything. Okay. Mon's cheeks. Okay, don't make fun of them, okay? Don't make fun of them. If anybody laughs at my sock monkey's cheeks, you're getting banned for at least 3 minutes. So, like, don't do that. Got it? Got it? Do you understand? Capiche? Can I get some capiches in chat? I don't even know how to spell capiche, so good luck. Okay. Okay. Here. Oh my god, it's huge! The O is of in Scottish? Tam of banter? Oh, I thought it was like a middle name. And then banter is your last name. Okay, here's Monsley's cheeks. But do you see he has a tail? He has a tail. It's quite cute. DM me if you want a free smite from the plant god. Plant god. What kind of plant are we talking about? Like a flower or like a banana? You specifically said, I hope you spontaneously combust and die. Oh, yeah, I get. Yep, that sounds like something I would say. Capiche. What language is capiche? That looks zesty. How would you know though? It's like honor system. Hi Coco. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in. But yeah, as you can see, Monsley is a monkey. He has a tail. The yellow thing in the corner is Pikachu. Don't tell anyone, but I like low-key uses him as like a elbow rest. Mm-hmm. Damn, the Mons has cakes. Cakes. Do they make banana cake? I've heard of like banana cream pie. I've never heard of banana cake. I don't even know how you would go about making that. But that sounds lovely. I would have some. Mons, how do you feel about Foss doxing your cheeks? When the moon hits our eyes like a fish fry, that's a monkey. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope you all learned something. Monkeys have tails. Apes do not have tails. Anyway, here's Monsley's thoughts on the matter. Oh yeah, man, I love this little guy. Shout out to Goodwill for having Monsley, and shout out to me for going to Goodwill on the exact day that I did to find Monsley. It feels like a little red string of fate moment. Do you ever think about that? where like if you didn't make certain decisions, then some aspects of your life would be like so completely different. Like I guess if we're being honest, my life wouldn't be like completely upside down without Monsley, but I don't know, I've had this little guy for a long time and I really love him. And he's like I don't know, I couldn't imagine getting through tough times without my little Monsley. So I'm really glad. Oh my goodness, Pika redeem. Pika Pika! Sorry, Foz. Twitch won't let me shout out the streamer on their own stream. Sigh. Sigh. Oh, thank you, Dilzy. Oh, thank you, Tim. Is there not a cooldown on that? Can we just like shotgun shouting people out? Wait, who should we shout out? Who should we shout out? Oh yeah. I thought there'd be a cooldown for real. That's kind of awesome. Yeah, shout out McSalsa. Oh, okay. Shout out XQC. Dilsey, they're banned on this channel. Did you know that? You banned them and then you never unbanned them. So if XQC ever wants to see my really epic gameplay, like they're just not gonna be able to. So maybe maybe don't go over to their channel. Oh yeah, that was me. Hee hee. Hee hee with 4 E's is crazy. That's like extra you're like extra mischievous and also diabolical. It'd actually be really different. You think so? You think so? My goodness. You ever see these like sitcoms or like cartoons where it's like, let's imagine a world without this person. And then like everything is in shambles. Like maybe if I never met Monsley, like instead of being a Fox Girl VTuber, I would actually be like a sanitation engineer. So exclamation point SO is your chat command. Slash shoutout is like the Twitch command, which gives the follow prompt. That's why I always drop the slash shoutout. That makes sense. So it's easier to follow like at the top. That makes sense. That makes sense. The slash shoutout is the one with the cooldown. I wonder why it has a cooldown. No, I like both of them. I like the slash one because I like the little follow prompt, but I like the exclamation point one because it like says what they're last playing in the chat. JFK wouldn't have been assassinated if you never. Okay, well, I, I, I I don't think, um, because that happened like a bit of a long time ago. Like, I don't think Monsley was even created back then. So I'm not really sure if the butterfly effect works reverse wise. So how could we get collaborated? Because I gotta watch the cooldown to make sure gets their shout out. Oh wait, I never thought about that. I wish you could turn the cooldown like off or down. I don't really understand what the point of it would be. I guess maybe they're looking out for you if you have like a lot of mods and they all do the shout out command so that it doesn't just do like 5 in a row. But still, I feel like that's a non-issue. He was killed by a time traveler born after you. Lee Harvey Monswald. Lee Harvey Monswald! I forgot my not first. Oh my goodness! Congratulations on getting not first. Wowee, wowee. I think I think you're the only one who has redeemed not first. Everybody else is like Schrodinger's. Like they're neither first nor not first. Where what do you call that? Like liminal? Is liminal the right word for that? Like if you're not really confident of their existence. I don't think liminal is the right word. Last. Oh my goodness, I forgot. Somebody suggested that I have a last redeem like a long time ago. And I think that's so funny. But also I feel like it would discourage people from joining the raid. Agnostic. Oh, I thought agnostic was used in a religious context. Like Like you don't doubt the existence of God, but you don't believe in the existence of God or something. I guess that kind of makes sense in this context if you're neither first nor not first. Everybody is first and last until you look inside their redeems. Like, look inside their redeems is such a funny way to word it. Like it's, I don't know. Like it's a little gachapon capsule. We gotta look inside. Gotta look inside the redeems. It's like, oh my goodness, Carrie was not first. That's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna open Stardew Valley. I've been I've been done with my pretzel bread. I've been interested in the yaps. If everyone is last, no one is last syndrome. Hmm. Is that a real I guess that makes sense. I don't really know how it applies here, but it makes sense. Schrödinger's first. I guess maybe it doesn't work as well because like Awa redeemed first. And so we know that nobody else can be first. But we don't know for sure if people are not first. So I don't really know how that one works. Isn't there like is it electrons? There's some sort of particle that like acts differently in theory than when it's observed. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Ugh, I was not a physics girly. Hold on. Hold on. Stardew's on the way. I low-key already forgot every single chicken name. There's like Nugget and Dinner and Torchic, Florgle. I don't know how many chickens we can have. But you guys be thinking of of which which little chicken names you like the most. Supposed to be editing right now. What? It's so loud. But I low-key did too much last night. I'm still kind of tired. Oh well, rise and grind. Oh my goodness, hang in there. If you're, I don't know. I feel like isn't he like a rooster? Is a rooster a chicken? Is that a silly question? I don't be knowing. Cluck. Oh, thank you, Dilsey. That's so lovely. That is what a what a loving name for a little chicken. But yeah, Carrie, I feel like as long as you're happy with the progress that you're making, you shouldn't like push yourself too awful hard. You know, I feel like in most cases it's not about the amount of time you spent, just like about the amount of progress you've done. Oh my goodness. Yes, that's a very silly question. Okay, well, you would know since you're the mayor of Silly Town, apparently. Oh yeah, I forgot we have a nursery. These are the babies. We've got a squid and a blobfish and two shells. Oh yeah. And I think we're still waiting for a rainy day so that we can propose to Haley. But also, I'm still kind of on the fence because I want this farm to look nice for her. But I also don't want to miss my opportunity. So hopefully, I don't know, hopefully it rains on like the 15th day so we have like enough time. Enough time to get everything all situated where we want it, but also not too much time to where she's waiting forever. I'm nowhere even near the quarter mark. Oh. Um wow, you're doing like really thorough editing. I feel like when I edit, I guess I've never edited like a full VOD down. I usually, anytime I've done something like that, I just like pick funny moments and it's more of like a highlight reel than like a well edited video. But that sounds crazy. Lord Beck, give him a bomb! Do you think he's killed people? How many people do you think he's killed? I think he's killed at least 2 people. You're describing the observer effect, quantum particles whose behaviors are affected by observation. Yeah, I think that happens to me. When I'm not being observed, like I'm just not doing anything. I'm like dissociating and staring out the window and just just vibing. But then when I'm being observed, then I'm like blah 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 blah. Played Stardew Valley with my mom this weekend, and she loved it so much. That's so cute. Oh my goodness. I don't think my mama. I don't know. There was one video game that she liked. It was like for the PS4, I believe. It was some Snoopy game. It was just a platformer. Like it wasn't the best game in the world, but you just play as Snoopy and you like jump across the platforms and collect little wood stocks. My mama really liked that, but I don't know. My mama's not much of a gamer. I don't think she'd I don't think she'd sit down and have the patience for something like this. But that is so precious. Hundreds. Sheesh. You think? You think someone who's saying hello there killed hundreds of people? It's just a $5+ VOD, so it's taking me a while to go through it. Only made it like 10 minutes. Oh my goodness. That sounds really rough. I guess if it's like a learning curve and you're still learning how to do it, then I guess that that's not so bad because it'll only get easier the more you practice, right? So surely, like the next session, it'll be even faster, and it'll keep getting faster until you reach your little flow state. You established the existence of the quantum Faust. She exists as we know her only while we observe her. Yeah, that is so real. That is so real. She started being interested in video games for some reason. I think it fascinates her why someone would do that, so she's trying. Ace Attorney was a fail. She thought it was boring. Sheesh. Wait, I still gotta play that game. Oh no. I hope it's not boring. Aw, that's really precious though. I'm so happy. Make her play Deltarune and Danganronpa? hmm. I feel like Danganronpa's not really a mom sort of game. I'm most definitely still learning it. I sent a clip of it to Wawa, see if it's up to her standard, but her Discord is bugging right now, so I have to wait. Oh, that's so sad. I feel like a lot of people's Discords have been bugging recently. Or like people are making new accounts or something. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like quite a few of my streamer friends have had Discord stuffs going on. Schrodinger's cat is for radioactive decay. It can't be predicted because it's the average of many measurements, wave particle duality, and all that. I understood what you were saying until you said wave particle duality. I don't really understand waves. She'd love Doki Doki. Sheesh. That's crazy. She's gotta she's gotta be built pretty strong for that one. Wonder if she like Professor Layton. I don't even know what that is. She's like, why would someone do this when they can watch a court drama? And also, why is this case so easy? Are they stupid? It was the tutorial. Oh my goodness. Is your mama a little bit sassy? I love sassy moms. It's so awesome. I think every mom deserves to be a little bit sassy. Hello there. My name's Kent. I just got back last night from overseas. My wife told me that a new farmer had moved in while I was gone. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself. I'll see you around. Wowie, goodbye. Nice to meet you. My goodness, it's the first day of the second year. And we got a cauliflower in the mail. This is so awesome. Here's a vegetable from the little garden I keep out back. You probably have more veggies than you know what to do with, but oh well. Man, imagine sending someone a whole cauliflower in the mail. That's kind of awesome. Oh, yeah, yachting wave particles. Are you being mean to Awa right now? What the? What the? Carry on. My mom would not like Danganronpa, but at least she's proudly displaying the little perler bead characters I made. She has no idea who they are or she likes them. Which one does she like the best? Like, does she have a favorite? Notice the price of raw materials at Robin's shop and Clint's shop has increased. I never buy raw materials. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have a little home for babies. We gotta get babies. Springtime means babies. Write that down. Oh my goodness. Okay, I gotta think of what I'm doing. um, I guess we'll put the little farm here. Like the little crops here. Get some baby chickens. Maybe I should get some grass starters so it can grow around there so they can eat grass from outside. Maybe they would like that. Okay, we've already got some seeds going on. Ugh. Professor Layton is a DS game. It's half point and click puzzle adventure, half fully animated movie series. It's got really gorgeous cutscenes. Oh my goodness. I don't know how you could have a point and click puzzle adventure be um like a movie series. So that sounds so nice. He's always mean to me. Springtime means babies. Yeah, I was gonna put something about babies in the title, but I was kind of worried that maybe that sounded really sus. So I decided against it. But just know I was thinking about that. And like maybe laugh a little bit. There's some grass over here, but I don't know if the babies could reach them. I guess we'll see. She does have a favorite. It's Leon. Dad likes Hero. Hell yeah. Wait, that's so awesome. Wait, those are such good ones. Was Hero's hair like hard to make out of a perler bead? I feel like it's just so I don't know. It's like not really a defined shape, so I feel like it would be hard. I should have upgraded my hoe to be not copper. But that's okay. Also Pecco, but it's not really Pecco because I made her with ugly colors. What? What? What color is she? Okay. It's insanely hard and it fell on the floor twice and I had to start over and almost cried. That's so sad. Okay, 8 is like a big square. Can put that there. Whoops. I don't know what the best layout is, but I guess we'll just experiment a bit. I guess there's no rush to make things super perfect. Is this correct? I think it's correct. It's okay, I would do anything for Hero. That'd be very funny if I bald. That would be really funny. How big are they? Like, are they pretty large? I feel like I haven't seen a perler in a long time. It is so quiet. Where's my funky springtime music? Okay, this is gonna be so incredibly awesome. There's Steam games now? I feel like maybe I've heard like the term Professor Layton before, but not seen anything about it. I would not have guessed that they were DS games. Do y'all have DSs? I had a little pink one. Okay. I think this is slaying a decent amount. Just put some random fertilizer down. Why not put this down too? Pretty small, like the size of a hand. I feel like that's kind of big. So awesome. I have one? You have a perler? Sheesh. Or a DS. What do you have? I'm sorry. um, can you be more specific? I loved my Nintendo DS. What's your favorite DS game? 2DS. Yeah, I think was it mine? I think my brother gave me his old 3DS because he did not like it. And then, like, low-key, I didn't really like it that much either. I definitely prefer the 2D one. I don't know. I feel like there's something really whimsical about the 3D, like, capabilities, but I don't think I know anybody who, like, actually played it in 3D mode. Like, that might give you a headache. Bling! Wait, my mom is like, wow, they're so pretty. You should make them into necklaces. I'm sorry. Respectfully, I'm not walking around with a giant ass Hajime chain. Wait, that is bling. Dilsy's right. I feel like you should, respectfully. I guess it's kind of like time and place though. If you went to like a rave, oh my god, that would go crazy and everyone would be like, shh. But maybe if you were just at like the supermarket, then people would not say sheesh. But I don't know. Maybe if you like accessorize correctly, you could pull that off. I believe. I played it in 3D mode, really? I don't know. I would like flip it to 3D mode just to like be like, whoa, that's so cool. And then I'd flip it back. I also feel like it used the battery a lot faster. I don't know. I was quite loyal to my little pink 2DS. My goodness, more seeds. My mom hates Hajime, by the way. She thinks he's ugly and boring. I don't think he's ugly. And I think boring isn't the word I'd put on him. But I'm definitely more of a Makoto fella. I don't know. Hajime is just not very charming. I'd believe. Oh my god, why is Marnie not here? I need babies. Oh. Why are you in the kitchen? Get back to your desk, please. I'd believe Aphex if I saw her with a Hajime Hinata chain. I saw her in the locker. Yo, man. Cringe culture is dead. I think I think you should be more open-minded and slay. I don't know, like what if what if it was really cute? I think V3 Pro Tag is gonna be your fave. Really? Oh my goodness. After Amori, I'm gonna play Danganronpa, I think. I don't know. I don't know if I should play Ace Attorney or Danganronpa first. Because I know Danganronpa is gonna take forever. Wait, I feel like I can't play them both at the same time because they're kind of like similar. I don't know. I I haven't really planned that far, but I'm really excited for V3. Yippee! I just love animals, Miss Frosty. Treat them kindly and we'll become friends, I'm sure. Can you please go back to your assigned seat? I I want baby chickens. It's fun to live on a farm. Man, I guess maybe they close early. I don't really see any hours posted. I don't know. I guess we can wait till tomorrow. Maybe in the meantime I can get grass starter. Is grass cider even sold at Pierre's? Maybe it's also sold there. Maybe I'm cooked. Oh well. At the very least, we can clear the debris. Bleach the Third Phantom was my favorite DS game. It's a Fire Emblem style game that plays out like a fan fiction that lets you build relationships with all the characters from the series. Wait, that sounds so awesome. Is that like a sequel of a different game, or is it just called The Third Phantom? Oh my goodness, my tree grew. Looking good, little tree. Yeah, I really like games where there's like friendship points or like relationship points. Like when I see something like this, I'm like, oh my god. I'm foaming at the mouth. Don't look at this. I'm not doing the best. um I'm slacking on some of these people. But I know I love making friends. They're like in games like Genshin Impact, where there's like little friendship hangout events. Oh my goodness, I eat that up. Oh, it's based on the anime Bleach. There's a whole alternate universe story? Wait, so are you building relationships with the characters from Bleach? I've never seen Bleach. I don't think I could name a single character from Bleach. But I like seeing edgy edits of the little guy with like black and white hair and like big sad boba eyes. I don't know who that is, but I think something about him feels very precious. Oh, my jam. Oh, maybe I should move this jam out. These preserves jars. If there's gonna be little babies in here. Bleach is such an incredible name for a show slash movie slash band slash anything. It's so edgy. It's so edgy. In a good way though. One of my favorite characters in the game is Soifan. She's the head of the Shinigami police, basically. When you max out your relationship with her, she gets bashful and says, "Be my friend or I'll arrest you." Oh my goodness. That's really cute. So she's like a little embarrassed, huh? Oh man, I love when characters are embarrassed. Grease lightning. Wait, that's wrong? No, that's wrong. Dang. I don't really know what grease lightning is. Isn't that the car from Grease? Is that relevant? Is that relevant, or are you just like a little crazy? Okay. Tomorrow babies for sure. For sure, for sure. Man, it took me a whole day and all I really got done was crops. My goodness. But I guess there's no rush. Yeah, I like how she stands on her tippy toes when she waters. That's quite nice. Just the word bleach? It's such a good word. Just said it a bunch of times to test. Yeah, it's good. You're just... That's a really funny visual. You're just in a room going like, bleach, 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 bleach. I don't really know what to do with this office stool. I don't really like it. I'm not a big fan of stool chairs. I like chairs with backs on them. I guess I guess this can go here when we want to ponder. Bleach is yummy. Oh. Uh-huh. I see. Um, I wouldn't know. It doesn't smell very yummy though. I don't know. I'm like there's some stuff that you're not supposed to eat that like does smell like it would maybe be good if it wasn't poisonous. I just don't think bleach is one of them. Um, I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't be saving a bunch of random garbage. But sorting chests makes me feel sad. Ham. Excuse me. Okay. The series is called Bleach because it's about purifying the souls of the dead? Creator wanted to give it an English name and thought Bleach was fitting. I didn't know it was called that because it was like purifying the souls of the dead. I guess I never really thought about why it would be called that. I guess I just thought maybe they picked this sort of edgy word for funsies. Gonna make it funnier. I'm editing, so I'm just in a dark room lit by a computer screen saying bleach, bleach very slowly. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Bleach. That's so awesome. Hold on, let me cough like a dad for a sec. Ouch. Bleach is a banger series? How many of you have seen it? It's a bit of a long one, isn't it? I haven't seen a single second. I don't even like see that many edits of Bleach, which is kind of surprising. I feel like a lot of the really popular anime, I've at least seen some fruity TikToks, but not really Bleach. Just the little sad guy with big green eyes. Ugh. Ugh. A decent amount of money. I've seen all of Bleach. It's a very strong start, but it kind of struggles after the first couple seasons. Oh, do you like the ending at least? Like, does it at least finish strong, or does it kind of just fall off? The anime is decently long because it might as well be 50% filler. I think it's really fun even with the filler. I'm being honest, I really don't mind filler in anime. Like, I don't know. I really like seeing little beach episodes and like little festival episodes and like little exam arcs and I don't know, little cultural festival arcs. Just stuff that's like not related to the plot whatsoever. I eat that up. I just I guess if there's too much of it, then it intimidates me to even like think about starting a show if it has like more than 5 seasons, I guess. But like even if there's no filler, any show that's like 5+ seasons kind of is off-putting to me. I feel like the further the series went on, the more it became style over substance. And a lot of what made it fun becomes distilled in favor of looking cool. Ooh. That's so sad. Anime hasn't ended yet. It hasn't ended yet. What? I thought Bleach was like an older show. You're telling me they're still making it? My brother who finished the manga said he thought it was a little lackluster. Oh, that's so sad. Wow, wow. Maybe maybe they'll add some luster when they adapt it into the anime. Maybe hopefully. Okay. We're going straight to Marnie's. We need babies immediately. Dear Frosty, I'm now selling higher quality fertilizers as well as new crop selections. See you soon. Yippee! Yo! Oh, I don't have any scarecrows. I put them all in my box. Whoopsie. Oh, it's fine. Oops. I don't know what the range of a scarecrow is. But surely if we just flank them like this, they'll be chillin'. It's an old show, but it got cancelled for a long time because of poor viewership. The manga finished and it got a bit of a revival. Oh, that's so interesting. Yo! My little sword shed is done. That's good. Mm. My dream goal was to put these chests in the shed so they're not just like out and looking weird. But am I really want to go all the way down here to put stuff in chests and sort it? Probably not, but I guess we'll see how it goes. Not a huge geek, so I don't criticize very often. So I'm just having fun the whole time. I think that's good. That's good. I don't know. I understand. I understand why people like have criticisms. I think sometimes criticism can be a bit too like heavy-handed. And it's like not that deep. But I get it. Like if there's something that you really like and then you know you feel like it's not done justice, it makes sense. It makes sense to get a little upset about it. I think you just gotta rein it in sometimes. It's not even open. Man. I feel like Hueco arc shouldn't have lasted that long though. Was it drag? We didn't know what Hueco is. I don't think there's any anime that I watched that's like a super long one. I don't know. Maybe it's just like the type of anime that I prefer is like the slice of life, like rom-com ones. Like like the 12 episode format ones are generally my favorite. But yeah, I can't think of that many anime where it's like, oh, I didn't really like this arc. I will say in Frieren, I wasn't the biggest fan of the like testing arc. Like it's not that it was too long or anything, it wasn't as interesting to me as like the rest of the anime. It was like little side quests. I think that's the only thing I can compare it to. I keep telling myself I watch Death Note when I have time, but I never do. It's okay. It's not going anywhere. You'll watch it one day. I think I'd also like to watch it one day. It seems interesting. Good morning, Shrimp. Oh my goodness, hello. Oh my goodness, happy Monday, Shrimp. How's it going? I used to not like 12-episode anime because as soon as you get invested, they're over. Nowadays, though, I prefer series that have clear beginnings, middles, and ends. Yo, where is this girl? Closer the day. Bro, I want baby chickens. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm not even upset about it. Man. Yeah, let's see what you're up to. Ugh. Yeah, I get you, Tam. I think that makes sense. Yo! Haley Boom! Hi, Hugh! Hi, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the little bit. This is so awesome. Yo! Oh my goodness. Hero, it's spring. It's spring, and surely it'll rain soon, and then we can propose and have a wedding! Yippee! It's gonna be so freaking awesome. Had to wake up super early today and then went back to sleep. As soon as I got home, as you should, as you should. I think anyone who has to wake up super early deserves a nice big nap. Hello, hello. Oh my goodness. Come here, watch this. She's making art. That is very impressive if this is a wood sculpture to make it look all twisty like that. See that? I'm revealing the essence of the wood. Once you get past the outer layers, the true nature starts to show. Creepy, may I have a kiss? I I really appreciate that it says that this is the creepy option. Like, do you think if they didn't put creepy in parentheses, more people would click on it? Hmm. I feel like it sounds so pompous to say I like the look of raw wood, because I do like this. So I'm gonna say it's the same with people. Oh my god, wait, she's rolling her eyes. Oh, wait, I thought I was finding meaning in her art. Sheesh. Marnie's work schedule is 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. every day except Monday and Tuesday. Bro. Okay, well, that means tomorrow's Wednesday, right? That means surely tomorrow we can get some babies. Got Wendy's breakfast today? Had to go to two different Wendy's because the first one didn't open until 8 a.m. Oh, man, you really were out early. What would you get for breakfast? I think I think I've only had Wendy's breakfast one time, cause the one time I got it, I didn't like it that much. Like, I was really excited because they had, like, little breakfast potatoes. Not like hash browns, but I think they're just, like, little potato chunks, and I really like breakfast potatoes. So I was like, "Yeah, let me get some Wendy's breakfast. This is so awesome." And then I ate them, and I was like, "Mm, these are kind of soggy and, like, under-seasoned." And so now I just get McDonald's breakfast. Mhm, mhm. I think their hash browns are good. Hoikomundo stands for Hollow World, and that's where the hollows, corrupted spirits, kind of just hang out. Maybe cannibalize each other if they feel like it. There's your explanation, since you didn't know what a hoiko is. Oh, I love kind of maybe hanging out in a hollow world. Maybe cannibalizing if I feel like it. So that's so interesting. I didn't even know Bleach was about like spirits and stuff like that. I don't really know what I thought it was about, but it wasn't that. I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen any of the like really major like shonen anime. Like I don't know. I never saw Dragon Ball. I never saw Naruto. I never saw One Piece unless you count the live action, which season 2 is coming soon. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Except for Mihawk wasn't even in the trailer, so what has this whole thing been about? Anyway, I haven't seen Bleach. I don't know. I never saw Attack on Titan. I guess it's just not really my cup of tea as much. Maple bacon chicken something. Yo, that sounds so awesome. Man, this is so sad. Oh wait, never mind. She's into it. Oh, yeah, that's absolutely right. Wait, why did she roll her eyes at me? I first visited this valley as a little girl while on vacation with my parents. I knew I had to come back someday. This place has great artistic potential. That's so nice. Hold on, I gotta cough like a dad again. Hi, Marcy. Thank you for getting off first. Thanks for jorking your marshmallow. I want to watch Naruto so bad, but why is it so damn long? I watched it as a kid, I think, but I remember like nothing. Oh, that's so sad. Maybe maybe since you already watched it as a kid, maybe you could just like kind of have it on as like background noise. You know, like while you're making pearlers or something. Like you don't have to pay too much attention, but you can still have it on. No drinking marshmallows. Oh, sorry. Wait, you look so sad about it. I'm so sorry. Hold on, I gotta cough. One sec. Ah, man, I do not even think that helped. I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's something in my throat, but it feels like I have to cough. But since there's nothing there, I feel like it's just like making my throat raw, and I don't know how to fix it. Maybe a cough drop would help. I still got some soothing berries, cough drops. Except for the cough drops I didn't even realize, but they have like little motivational phrases on the wrapper. Like this one says, seize the day, don't wait to get started, don't waste a precious minute. Like, I don't know. That's kind of weird for a cough drop, right? Reminds me of those little Dove chocolates. Ugh. For a long running series, I'd find a list that gives you the important story episodes to watch. I don't know if Naruto has one, but surely someone has made one. I know there's one for Sailor Moon when I used a list to watch only story related episodes to cut down the episodes. I don't know. I feel like it would scare me to do that. I don't know, cause like, what if they like make an offhanded comment in one of the beach episodes, and now and now you don't know what they're referencing later. I don't know. I'm just always too scared to do that. Shinigami purify corrupted hollows by slashing them with their Zanpakuto and send the other normal and pure spirits to the Soul Society by bonking them on the head with the handle of their sword. Oh, that's not really what I expected, but kind of awesome. I do like swords. There used to be at the mall I used to go to. There's there's a store, and it had kind of a weird name. I think it was called like Asian Gifts, which is kind of strange. But anyway, it was run by this like old man, and there's all kinds of stuff there. There's like little bamboo shoots and like clothing items and like little good luck charms. But in the back there is like a weapons case, and they had like katanas and stuff. And I think they had some sort of replica bleach sword. I couldn't tell you what it was, but I used to always go in the back. And they had this pair of brass knuckles that was like shaped like a dragon. And I remember going there before I was 18, and there was a sign that was like, if you were a minor, you cannot like touch the weapons. But the old guy and me, we were kind of tight, and he let me hold the brass knuckles even though I was not 18. It was awesome. I hope he's having a good day. Kiss me, honey capes? What, come on? No welcome home, kids? What is this, a no kissing zone? I didn't see a sign for that. Come on, Leah, just give me a kiss. Just one? Oh my god, Dipsy. What is this? Wowee. I don't think I can read the rest of that out loud. Um, thank you for that. Sorry, I'm so behind on chat. You're good, Foss. I don't watch shonen these days. Not my cup of tea like it was back in the day. I watched some. I watched some. I think I watched Black Butler. That's shonen, right? And I watched Noragami, and I watched Full Metal Alchemist. Maybe that's a big one, but I don't think, I don't know. I feel like there's some like the really popular ones. I just I just never have seen them. Princess Tutu? What is Princess Tutu? Oh my goodness, hi Buddhist. Thank you so much for the lurk. My friend said I should check out the filler list because there's a ton of episodes that are just like Naruto fighting in a or whatever. Nobody wants to see that. And I was like, I want to see it. That sounds fantastic. Is that real? Is there an ostrich in Naruto? I kind of want to see an anime ostrich. Oh my god, sorry. She's just staring at me. I knew I had to come back someday. This place has great artistic potential. I'm really contemplating her sculpture. Although, I have to admit, it's not easy to pay the bills as an artist. Yeah, the fact that she has an entire house and she lives by herself in like a lakefront cabin. Like, I don't know how she made enough money to afford this before she made it big as an artist, but like she must be low-key loaded. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Oh, I did not see Brotherhood. I just saw Full Metal Alchemist. I think I've said this before, but I thought Brotherhood was like a spin-off. So I read the manga and then I was like, "Yippee, I want to watch the anime." And I didn't do any research. I just was like, "Oh, this anime has the same title as the manga I just read, so I'll watch that one." And everybody says Brotherhood is better, but I never saw it. Princess Tutu is a magical girl anime that takes place at a ballet academy. The main character gets turned into a duck often. Wait, that sounds really fun. Oh, I like that. I should watch more anime. I have a huge anime list. I still have to watch season 2 of Apothecary Diaries, and I need to watch Summertime Rendering. There's other stuff I had on the list, but I low-key forgot. I don't know if they just made it up or if it's a real example, but if Naruto doesn't fight an ostrich, I'm gonna be pissed. If you're in season 2, ooh, I I feel like if I watch anime as it comes out, then I'll get like too antsy. So I don't know when it's gonna be like all the way out, but I want season 2 to be all the way out so that I can just watch it as much as I want without waiting, because I'm not a very patient person. Hello, Kenuli. I want to watch Naruto because of the eyeliner guy. He's so cool and slay. I fear I might lose interest once he's gone. Eyeliner guy. I don't know who that is. I think Sasuke is the only Naruto character I am aware of. I know about Princess Tutu because somebody made an AMV of it. That sounds harder than any AMV I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. Watching a show because of a banger edit is so real. I'm trying to think. I know I've done that before. I can't think of any specific edits though. Have you guys ever like watched a show for like one character? I think I'm gonna do that with Jujutsu Kaisen. I really like Sakuna, and so I think I wanna watch that one for him. Hmm. I want to say maybe I got interested in Danganronpa from an edit I saw. But I'm just not 100% sure. Work time save me. Oh my goodness, good luck at work. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. We are all cheering for you. Like Smile Precure? I've heard of that one. I've heard of that one, but I'm not familiar. Gara? Hold on. Let me look up this person. I love eyeliner. Gara. Oh. I don't know what I was expecting. It was not this. Hmm. They're pretty. They remind me ever so slightly of Todoroki from My Hero Academia. Maybe it's just like the red hair. Kind of awesome. Who is this? Hold on. Um, I'm gonna show you a picture I saw, and you're gonna tell me who it is. Okay? Um, just let me open it. Oh wait, that's not right. Okay, can you? Who is? You can't see it. Hold on. Hold on. Who is this? Who is this on the end? I looked up Gara. I think this is fan art. And this image came up. I'm interested in this one. Bam, bam. No spoilers, but have no fear then. That is my favorite thing to hear when I when I'm pawning over a character. Wait, really? But his hair I've never seen him with bangs like that. Is that real? Chat, is this real? Is it just like the art style like they made his I thought he looked like this. And like he's cool, but this hairstyle is not as swag as this one. I like this one a little better. Man, I'm feeling catfished a little bit. I guess you can't see the top of his head. You look up Sase Chrismark, you'll see that face pattern. Chris Mark. Sheesh. Oh, my head's in the way. He looks so scrombly there. Why does he look so scrombly? Sheesh. Is this a screenshot from like the actual show? Sorry, I know like all my stream stuff is in the way and you can't see it that good. Is this real or is this just art? I like this a lot better. I think the longer hair looks better. Mm, I don't know. I think I just don't like how it's styled up like that. That's from the show. I wish he looked like that all the time. Sheesh. Sheesh. He's so pretty. Also, I don't know if this is like spoilers. Naruto spoiler warning, maybe perhaps. Who is this? Is this him as well? He's got fluffy hair. Wow, very pretty. Very, very pretty. Wow, thank you. That's also Sasuke, but even more curse marked. I think he should always be curse marked. I think he's really looking great with that curse mark. Hubba hubba. Sorry. Poor Leah is just like, what the hell? What are you talking about? Um, hmm. I don't know what would be better as an artist. I feel like having an art show and also selling your art on the internet are both good ideas. Like maybe you should do both simultaneously. Although she's like a little forced girly. Maybe she wouldn't like the idea of selling her art on the internet. Maybe she would feel like that's a bit too impersonal. Well, maybe we should just she has an art show. There's so many damn people in that show. It's a really long show, right? So, you know, they gotta keep it fresh somehow. That's how I felt watching Stranger Things. I finished season 5 of Stranger Things. And I will say, I'm not gonna spoil anything. A lot of people hated the ending. And so I think I went into it thinking it would be like so terrible, so awful. And then it wasn't even that bad. Like it was bad, but I think I was expecting it to be worse than it was. And so I would say it was okay. I would give it like a 6 out of 10. Mhm. Sasuke was the creator's favorite character, and he got a lot of fashion out of it. Yo, that's so awesome. I mean, I kind of hate when you see like a screenshot or something of a character and it's like not what they always look like. And you kind of, it's not catfishing, I guess, because, you know, like it's technically in the show. It's just not what they always look like. Like, have you guys seen Chainsaw Man? Have you guys seen Aki? Hold on. This is important to me. You guys seen this guy? He's a good looking dude. I didn't finish this show, but he is my favorite. He's my favorite of what I've seen. Oh my god, so beautiful. Sorry, my head's in the way. But he's so beautiful. But I think his little carrot top, not my favorite. But there's one scene where he's like putting his hair up It's like before he puts his hair up. Oh, I don't know. Some of this is not official. It looks so good, and I saw a screenshot of it, and I was like, "Oh my god, he's so beautiful." But then he's only like that for like 12 seconds in the whole show, and then he's got a goofy little, a goofy little carrot top, and I think that's a little unfortunate. I can't skip the filler in Naruto because what if I miss the one episode where Gaara draws the eyeliner routine and then I can never do it like him? Tragic. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think you just have to watch all the filler. I think you gotta do it. You gotta really lock in. I believe in you. Seen the first season of Chainsaw Man? It's pretty good. I really like the concept of it. I just I got sick watching it. I didn't actually get sick, but I felt like I was gonna be sick. Which is so sad because I really, really liked it. Womp womp. But that happened to Tokyo Ghoul as well. I was like, wow, what a cool concept. Unfortunately, if I watch any more of this, I'm gonna explode and die. Unfortunately, guys, not eyeliner. It's insomnia. What? He just has his dark circles circle his entire eyelid. That's crazy. That's kind of aura. But what if no one likes my sculptures? I'd be crushed. Oh man, we're having a deep moment, and I'm talking about anime. I'll have to think about it. Well, thanks for stopping by, Frosty. Oh my goodness. Anyways, let's see what Pierre has. I feel like I walk so slow. Maybe I need to invest in a horse, perhaps. I know, I checked. Man, I barely sleep too. Why do I not look like that? This is so sad. Do you at least have eye bags? I think eye bags are so beautiful. Like I wouldn't wish anybody to have them. Like I would want everybody to get enough sleep and feel really good and well rested. But dot dot dot. If you're not well rested anyway, I hope you at least have some awesome eye bags. I really eat those up. Very raccoon coated. Like a rabies raccoon. Wait, that sounds exactly like Aphex's type. 750 gold for a ruby. I think I have a ruby. I think I can spare one. Oh, sheesh. Stop telling me how to live my life. Hey, cut it out. We're letting you live here free of charge until you finish school. It seems like you don't appreciate that at all. Ooh. Stop trying to make me feel guilty. I appreciate that you and Dad are helping me out, but expecting me to dress the way you want is ridiculous. I'm not a little girl anymore, Mom. Mm, you're right. I'm sorry. I mean, I love Caroline, but yeah, I feel like telling your adult daughter how to dress is kind of wacky. Is someone there? Oops. We love the rockstar fashion of spending hours in the makeup chair to look like you just rolled out. Yeah, that eats. That eats so hard. Oh, so perfect. So perfect. I just love a disheveled. Disheveled. Well, maybe not completely disheveled. Maybe like medium disheveled. Mm-hmm. But still plenty of accessories, you know? Performatively disheveled, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what you'd call it. Like well put together, but in a scruffy way. That goes crazy. I love that. Raccoon Man. Tired from jigging through trash all night. He's so cool. I'm gonna spend hours watching this show for this guy. Oh, he's so good. Please let us know how it goes. I hope he's in every single episode for you. Homeless chic? You all just like grunts, I think. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's a better way to put on it. But I don't know. Like messy makeup? Mm, but in like a tasteful way. Mm, yeah, that goes crazy. I swear, this house is haunted. Dear. I don't know why I hid. I mean, I guess that is something I would do. But it feels weird to be like eavesdropping on these people. Okay. Get the grass starter recipe. And then we can make as much as we want. Ugh. Sorry, I was fighting with my mom earlier. Oh, I'm sorry, Queen. Sometimes I get new items in stock, so make sure to stop by every so often. Man, Pierre is not... It's like not a real person. He has no life outside of his store. And that's kind of sad. My nephew Shane has been staying at my place the last few months. He helps me out with the chickens, so I'm not complaining. Exercise is important for staying healthy. I always make sure to set aside some time for it. I've seen wild horseradish in the forest. Foraging can be a fun way to earn some cash, or you can use what you find as gifts or food. I really like the idea of foraging. When I was younger, I bought like a book about like edible flowers and stuff. And I think flowers are like chill. But I don't know, when you get into like mushrooms and like other plants that aren't flowers, I feel like sometimes it's so hard to tell. And it makes me kind of nervous. I need like a foraging person to just like walk around the woods with me and be like, look, this is safe and you can tell because of this. I think that's so cool. I work part-time at Gus's saloon. It pays the bills. So, what are your plans with the new shed? The possibilities are endless. Oh man, I love that the ladies get together, do their little exercise routine. I do all my grocery shopping here. Oh man, get out of here, Lewis. Okay, I have grass starter recipe, so I can plant that for my chicken babies. I guess I have some geodes I could have cracked open. Look, a daffodil. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for spring in real life. Winter is my favorite, but I'm such a flower enjoyer. I can't wait to see the tulips and the daffodils. Um okay. A fishing quest. It seems like it's just any lake fish, so that would be easy. Okay, and Lewis wants 100 potatoes. I don't think I'm doing that. Let's fish instead. Oh, I forgot I have little markers for the forge stuff now. That should be helpful. Oh, yay. One lump of coal. This is so awesome. Ooh. Looks like a cookie. Oh, I guess I can't sell it. What is this? Escargot. Butter-soaked snails cooked to perfection. Oh, I guess it's on a plate. Okay. Have y'all ever had escargot? I've never tried it, but I have a sneaking suspicion it would not be my favorite. Okay. Oh man, that is up there, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'll have to buy seeds all all this spring. They just keep showing up. Okay. Bam, bam, bam. Thank goodness. Do I have the music off? Oh, I do. Okay. It's like this game is so quiet. That is much better. There's a cap on Pika. I swear I wanted a quick Pika P. Yeah. When when I first made the Pika Pika, it was because I put like a yellow filter over my model. And since the tips of my ears are brown, like the tip of my tail is brown, it kind of made me look like I had Pikachu coloring. And then I was in a collab with Hiroham and Mix Salsa. And they were like, oh, make Pikachu noises. And I was so embarrassed. But I did it. And they said, make it a redeem. And since I was so embarrassed, I was like, man, there has to be a limit on it. Because I can't do it a lot. Because I'm just so shy about it. And now I'm not as shy about it anymore. But there still is a cap. 1 per person per stream. It's rough out here. It's rough out here being an ex-Cinnamon Fox X enjoyer, huh? Okay. Should I... I guess I should move all these chests down, huh? I'm a very sad carrot today. What? What? Say it isn't so. You can be a little sad, but you can't be very sad. No way, no way. Why have you forsaken me? Hey! Um, um, but you already got a Pika P. So, shouldn't you be happy a little bit? Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Like that cheesy stuff. You ever heard that before? I'm a depressed carrot now. Uh, um, uh, maybe, maybe if we ask really nicely, someone who hasn't redeemed it will, will do it for you. I bet Awa would. I don't know if I was here, but I feel like they would. You got 1 dinner this week. You should be happy. I mean, I would be happy if I got a free dinner. I'd be like, oh my goodness, dinner. I love dinner. See how that sounds? That sounds so reasonable to me. You don't think? I would what? Oh my goodness, you're here. Hi. I think it's funny that sometimes you're lurking, but then if I mention your name, you suddenly are summoned. Oh, there's no seed there. Man, it's not free. It costs me points. You get 1 paid dinner for more. Oh man, I wanted a free dinner. Yeah, I guess this is pretty sad, huh? Oh, oh, I don't know where this rug was. Maybe it was like that. Uh, um, okay. Wait, I had to give a ruby to somebody. Somebody wants a ruby, I think. Ow. You're starving me of my life's purpose. I know you can't be that upset about it because the rules have been the same for a while now. And so every other stream you only got 1. So how is this... Hey! How is this any different? It's not my fault. You just now noticed that you were only getting fed one dinner per week. Take this. Sigh. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. You can't guilt trip me into getting a free Pika P. I've never been allowed to redeem it more than once. I always go edit. I thought you were editing right now. I thought you said that. I thought you were like, man, I only got 10 minutes done. I think black and white is pretty. Get a wallpaper in there for real. I was voluntarily fasting each week under the assumption I'd be allowed to have more than one dinner. And now that I'm not fasting, I want more than one. I can't have it? Oh man. Your life's pretty hard, huh? Pretty rough out here for all my little carrot chomps, huh? Goodness, it's already almost 8 p.m. Why do I feel like this game is so slow? Guess probably because it is, huh? Ooh, maybe I could make them like a rainbow. We are the carrotlings. Feed us Pika P. I just feel like if I give you an extra Pika P, then I have to give everyone an extra Pika P. And then we're in anarchy, and then what? What's next? Then eventually... Then eventually you'll just have whatever you want. And then what will I have to bargain with? Moss is a resource? For what? Whenever I tried playing this game, I always burned through my energy by midday. And nothing to do with sleep. Yeah. I think it gets a little better. It's always hardest at the beginning. Because I don't know how much energy you start with. But it's pretty low. Like now I have 338 energy. But yeah, those first few days are so rough. I guess even now it's a little rough. But whenever I don't have energy, I kind of just walk around and pick flowers. Because picking flowers doesn't cost anything. So at least there is that. And then what? We get more Pika P, that's what. I'm sorry, Carrot. I don't make the rules around here. That's just how it is. Cooper. Okay. This is forage. Okay, looking good. Were these in the chest or was I just carrying them? Why do I have so many daffodils and dandelions? Ugh, I guess that's a later problem. I also should not have put the chest so close to the door. It looks kind of goofy. But I didn't want to have to walk all the way back there, you know? Oh, man. Wait, what am I supposed to do? I need the chest to be empty. Okay. Chili. Oh my god. Sigh. You can just like sell some stuff. I don't really know what to sell. A tulip. One single tulip. Surely that's enough. Angry care package. No. Yo. Aw, man. Me when I have to have a sip of my iced coffee and there's no love in it. It just doesn't taste the same. And also, all the ice melted. So it's watered down. I can tell it's angry. Oh man, I still don't have enough room for the chest. Maybe I don't need 31 corns. Maybe I just don't need gold star corns. I don't even know why I have that. Surely this is enough. I can't be angry at that massive red ribboned head for too long. Happy care package incoming. Oh, that's so precious. Yo, don't call my head a massive red ribboned head. It's not that massive. I do kind of like... I like the physics. I low-key think it's supposed to be like hair physics, but it doesn't really look like hair. It just looks really bouncy. I'm a big fan. Thank you for the happy care package. Yippee! The red ribbon is massive. The head is fine. Oh, good. Thank you. Teehee. Light blue or dark blue? Me light blue. Okay. Powder melon. I don't even remember getting that. That's definitely a main heroine of a rom-com anime style ribbon. Do you love it? Do you love it? Do you love it? I do quite like it. I do quite like it. I know it's a Valentine's outfit, and I know Valentine's Day is over, but I liked it so much. I think I'm gonna have this outfit for the whole rest of February. Teehee. I'm a big ribbon enjoyer. Okay, all the chests are nicely moved down here. I like hair ribbons a lot. I feel like I never see them IRL. Really? I have a white one that I really like. I used to get like little ribbon... I guess... I don't really know the difference between a bow and a ribbon, if I'm being honest. I kind of use them interchangeably. But I had like little clip ones that I would wear in high school. Like I'd put my hair in a ponytail and then like put the little bow hair clip like kind of on the top of the ponytail. So it kind of looked like my hair was tied up in a ribbon. But they're just kind of small, so I feel like they looked a little funny. But now I have a white one that is like huge, and I like to wear it. But you kind of have to... I don't know. It's kind of like it feels like a little too fancy for casual wear. So I only wear it if I'm like dressing up. But I really, really like it. I love ribbons. I don't know how this was sorted. Probably something like that. Oh man, I also didn't do math. I don't... I never even had enough chests. I guess it's a full rainbow, but they're not centered. Anyway, that's a tomorrow problem. Maybe not even a tomorrow problem. Maybe that's a next week problem. But you know, you get the idea. It's like rainbow chests. It's cute. Oh, and I also have to I have to give Caroline a rupee, catch 20 fish in the lake, and get babies. That's my goal for tomorrow. Boing! Oh, shooting star. Make a wish. Boing! Oh, what a pretty sword. Oh yeah, I have the Calico Desert unlocked. I feel like I need to go there to get iridium so I can get better sprinklers later. But again, that's a later problem. Yo, so many carrots. I'll keep 2 of them and sell the rest. I think I had other stuff in my pockets and I put them down here. Nowhere though. Maybe I could make some signs and make this look a little nicer. Okay. I think that's all the stuff I had. Okay. Put these down here. Oh, I also had sunflowers in my pocket for Haley. Oop. Okay. Okay, looking good. There's so many what? We're so carrot pilled foe today. We got so many carrots. Carrot sounds good. Every time I go to Costco, I get like the big, the big like double pack of baby carrots. I'm a big baby carrot enjoyer. Oh, I was hoping I would get more seeds from that, so I didn't have to go back into the storage room. Oh well. Oh. Oak resin. Wowie. Okay. I think everything's looking pretty good for the babies. Get some food in there. Okay. Keep the little door open. Yo! A shrimp. Thanks. Thanks, little kitty. Sometimes I wonder if people are out in public. They see a carrot. An image of me flashes in their mind for a split second. PTSD style, you know? Well, that's never happened to me. Because I don't even know what image I would associate with you. Like, maybe maybe your Discord profile picture. I think that's kind of awesome. Queen of Sauce rerun. Baked fish, sheesh. Yummers. Sees a bag of carrots. Wow. That's so real. Thinking about... trying to think of carrot things. Michigan. Minecraft skin. Etc. That's you don't know me. Here, let me fix that for you. See, it's a big bag of carrots. It's procrastinating editing a video. Listen, you got 10 minutes done. That's more than me. It's gotta count for something. Oh my goodness, baby chickens? Adopt pets? Oh, wait. That's not what I meant. What is this? Wait, there's turtles. $500,000 for a turtle. Why is this turtle so expensive? That's kind of insane. I'll keep that in mind. Chicken. Chicken. Fuka, wait, that's cute. I low-key don't remember the name suggestions. Someone said Nugget, and that, wow, that was cute. I like the name Nugget. I hope that doesn't like traumatize her. Great, I'll send little Nugget to her new home right away. What else was there? Torchic? Somebody said Torchic. Somebody said, Foghorn Leghorn. Oh man. Y'all got any name suggestions? Does anybody remember other people's name suggestions from the beginning of stream? Uh, um, I'm also not doing a lot for the editing. I haven't even put the zooms yet. Just basic cuts and subtitling, which is mad easy, just tedious. Oh, no, I feel you. I feel you. I've only done subtitles for videos that were like 10 minutes or less, but I feel like getting the timing right for them is kind of tedious. Spot on with the Costco produce. The big ass bag of spinach, broccoli, and carrots are an auto purchase every time. Yeah, except for not the spinach. I feel like I never finish my bags of spinach. I just like don't know what to do with it. Like I'll put it in gnocchi if I make gnocchi, and I'll put it on a sandwich if I make sandwich, and I'll put it in smoothie if I make smoothie. But I feel like I never do all of those things in the same week, and so I feel like I could never use a Costco-sized thing of spinach. It's like calling a pig pork chop. Well, listen, they'll never know. Torchic mention? You like Torchic? We can do Torchic. Is it spelled like this? Or is there a K? Go with Tamos? What was Tamos? Oh, Chickapee and Calypso. Oh, wait, Chickapee is cute. We can do one Chickapee. Chickapee. And we can do one Torchic. And I think there's still one more. Hold this apple in your mouth real quick. Depends on the apple. Man, I saw an apple meme that was like I don't know why I'm on the apple side of Instagram. Maybe it's because it's like you're the horse, right? So we're in a very horse time in our lives right now. But I saw an apple meme that was like, I would rather eat a Honeycrisp apple that fell down 8 flights of stairs than eat one perfectly normal Red Delicious. And I think I kind of resonate with that. That's kind of real. No K? Okay. To her chic. She's a little baddie. You can freeze the spinach and use frozen spinach in the smoothie? Really? You can just like put the leaves in the freezer? I never knew that. When I have to do subtitles that are in different position or something, it becomes annoying because I have to make it hold the subtitle track and give it the attributes or scroll back for half an hour to get the previous version of it. What? In DaVinci Resolve, can you not just do a transition where it like moves somewhere else for a second and then moves back? She wants to call the chick Tupac. Hit him with the little Stardew Gospel. I don't even know what that means. Like, I need one more little chicken name. We got Torchic and Nugget and Chickpea. And so far the default is Kurt, and I don't think I can have a little baby named Kurt. Like that's just not a baby name. Tupac Shakur? Oh, I'm not super familiar. Dinosaur. Okay. Dino. Sour. Cute. Not actively moving them in the video, so that wouldn't work. Oh. Huh. I guess usually when I do subtitles, I do them in YouTube. Or like TikTok or whatever platform they're gonna be on. I guess I've never really done them in DaVinci Resolve. But I feel like there's gotta be an easier way. Great, I'll send little dinosaur to her new home right away. My goodness, this is so awesome. Wait, can I buy a horse from you? I guess not. Maybe that's a Robin thing. Oh yeah, I guess you can have a flower for your troubles. Dinosaur and Nugget hanging out together. Do you think Dinosaur would eat Nugget? Ancestrally accurate name. What's the weird little like in between from reptiles to birds? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? There's like that species that's like a feathery. You know what I'm talking about? Surely somebody knows what I'm talking about. I feel like that's a pretty badass name for a chicken as well. Is it like Ark? Ark? Ar... Ark... Ars... Ar... Yep. I don't know it. Probably is an easier way, but for now, I just have to do the tedious re-keyframe to make it work with the scenario. Ah, Kira, I feel like you're making more work for yourself. I feel like you could just, like, look up a YouTube video tutorial and then it would be so much easier for you. And it wouldn't take as much time. Archaea chip picks. I something. I want the chicken dragon. Yeah, that's exactly what it's called, I think. I think I've actually been to a museum where it said chicken dragon. Yeah, I think you're right. Right as always. You guys seen the Barbie movie? Oh, what a good one. Chicken dragon, yeah. Yeah. I think the word that Buddha said was probably, if not correct, then like really close to correct. It like looks like a little freak. a little freaky chicken with long legs. Oh my goodness. Baby cat. Cockatrice? Cockatrice. What is that? Look, dinosaur. She's curious but a little cautious. It's a strange new world. Oh my god, what if we... what if we sell them immediately? Just kidding, I would not do that. They're so cute. I already have. You'd be surprised how bad people are at making tutorials for what I need. Oh. This is so sad. Do I need oak resin for anything? I sure don't know. Okay. Was I supposed to do anything else? I kind of want a horse. Let's see if Robin can get us a horse. Cockatrice is a worm dragon thing with a rooster head. Oh, like a mythological creature. I'm not particularly familiar. Although I want to say there's like a brand of sriracha that might have like a chicken-headed dragon on it. Don't quote me on that though. Dinosaur egg. Sheesh. My goodness. Hi Shan. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Excuse me. Can I come in? Okay, bye. I can kill by staring at you? What? It's like a Like a Gorgon figure. Yippee! Oh my goodness, 45 straight. Sheesh! Thank you, Sharon. That is so lovely. Thank you so much. Maybe I should have regular water. I think this iced coffee is not helping. If you never tried yellow sriracha, you need to. I didn't know there were different colors of sriracha. I've only had the like regular red kind. I went to K barbecue like last month. And I don't know what it was. I don't think it was sriracha, but there's some like green sauce that was like a little bit spicy. That was like so good. I really wish I knew what it was called. But if you ever go to Korean barbecue and there's just like green sauce, you gotta try that. It's so good. Maybe I should look into this fish pond. Hardwood. Oh man, I did not come prepared. Okay, I'll be back. Please don't go anywhere. You may have heard of it from Romeo and Juliet. Hath Romeo slain himself? Say thou but I. In that bare foul eye shall poison me thou than the death-darting eye of the cockatrice. No, I mean I definitely read Romeo and Juliet, but I don't think that resonated with me. I don't think I could tell you a single line from Romeo and Juliet, except for maybe like the the balcony scene. It's been so long since I've read that. Did you guys have to read it out loud in high school and like act it out? Man, who did this chest organization? They really were lacking a bit, I must say. Got a goober over here. Ooh, I wonder if I could have the shed painted as well. Honestly, moving it might be the move, but we'll see. Maybe having paths so that I move faster on my farm would be good too. I really don't know. My farm needs something, but I can't say exactly what. Oh, thank you for not moving. Okay. Can I paint you? This building cannot be painted. Cursed to be ugly. Oh man, but look at my house. It's like got such a nice aesthetic. Nice purple and black and gray. And then everything else is like bright green and bright red. Sigh. It's okay. It's fine. I can move my house. Wait, that's so goofy. Oh yeah, looking good. I kind of like the idea of my house being down here, but I feel like if I ever got home late, I would be so incredibly mad that I have to walk all the way down there to get to my bed. Let me cook. Let me cook. I love when Romeo kills the guy and Julia is betrothed to, and he goes, "Oh, I am." Ah, real. That's some good writing. Romeo, oh Romeo, where art thou strapped at the hip? Oh Romeo, thine sword hand is low-key floppy, and you disarm thyself before a bolder duelist disarms thee of thine esteem. What are you saying? That feels like a crazy euphemism. Am I allowed to say that? I don't know what you're talking about, but it's kind of awesome. I did a Shakespearean acting course in college. You performed Much Ado About Nothing for the final. Yo! Wait, I read Much Ado About Nothing. I kind of forgot what it was about. I think I get The Taming of the Shrew and Much Ado About Nothing mixed up in my head. I didn't take a Shakespearean acting course, but I did take just a general Shakespeare course. And I think we read Much Ado About Nothing. We read The Taming of the Shrew. We read Othello. And something else. King Henry? King Henry something. I don't know. I liked it. But the professor assigned a little too much reading per night, and I couldn't keep up, and I low-key spark notes quite a bit of it. But, like, don't tell her that. They're gonna come and take my diploma away. And the classic, do you bite your thumb at me, sir? Oh no, I do not bite my thumb at you, sir. But I do bite my thumb, sir. Oh, that is a classic. Is that Romeo and Juliet? I thought that was something else for real. Okay. Am I cooking? Maybe not with this particular layout, but like in general, am I cooking? We put little babies up here. Oh, but I just put grass starters here. I guess grass can go here. And then what if we put the silo? Is this called a silo? Right next to it. I don't know how silos are usually arranged. Like that? I don't really like them being right up next to each other. The gap looks weird as well. Maybe it's like this placement of other stuff that's making it look weird. Oh. I'll put a slug between your shoulder blades, then ask through what light yonder buzzer breaks. Is that a real quote? I'll put a slug between your shoulder blades? Do you think that would feel good? I don't know. I feel like a slug might be like a nice little massage. I need this baby to move so I can build a house. Sigh. Telling her now. You don't want me to have a degree? It's kind of messed up of you. Sigh. Okay, maybe the silo can go next to the shed. Maybe that looks better because they're both red. You can't like change the color of them. And you can stay here, I guess. Kind of nice centered there. But where's my cabin? So the Montagues and Capulets brawl at the beginning. Every time I think of the word slug, I think of the goofiest spell ever in Harry Potter. Well, I never read Harry Potter. When Ron looks at him and just goes, eat slugs. Is that a spell? Is saying eat slugs a spell? That's kind of awesome. Ugh. I don't know, you guys. I feel like I need help. I need some paths. Is this too busy? It's definitely concise, but it looks a little goofy. I think I'd rather my house be here. But I can't build a house with this baby in the way. Ugh. Whatever. Maybe we just like set it here for now and we'll fix it later. And it'll be really goofy, but it's a later problem, you know? Stable! Yippee! The funniest line from that rap battle is definitely, I have the iambic on that ass, ye bastard! What? Oh. Quote from the Dr. Seuss versus Shakespeare. Shakespeare in the epic rap battles of history. I don't think I've seen that one. That does sound pretty swag though. Head back. Have a great streaming, great streaming day. Thank you. I hope you have a great day at work. Okay, goodness, I hope it doesn't rain soon. I cannot be marrying Harley while while my farm looks like that. Oh wait, let me fish in the lake for a bit. Let me do my quest. Doesn't Shakespeare start rapping in a special format? Oh, his special format is iambic pentameter. Pan or pen? Something. Iambic something. Oh, I don't know. Is it written like that? Very true to his style, but then he also drops a 6 speed rap? The Romeo and Juliet versus Bonnie and Clyde is still one of the most brutal exchanges I've seen. Juliet needed no backup. I'm afraid I haven't seen these. I've seen the Ivan the Terrible versus Alexander the Great one. I think that's my favorite of the ones that I've seen. Because I really like when Catherine the Great comes in. I think she has a nice voice. And it's really fun. I'm trying to think of other ones I've seen. I guess I haven't seen that many. I saw one last year. It wasn't an epic rap battle of history. It was just a rap battle. But it was Puss in Boots versus someone. Maybe Cat in the Hat. I don't know, but I really, really liked that one because Puss starts rapping in Spanish. And I just think that was such music to my ears. It was so awesome. Ivan is so good. Oh, I'm terrible. It's so catchy. I've seen the mall school emoji. That one was by Freshie Canal, I believe. And Freshie is way better than ERB low key. Really? Oh my goodness. The slander. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really ever seek them out. I just for some reason they'll show up on like my YouTube homepage sometimes. And if it's like interesting characters, I'll click on them. I think it's a very fun, I don't know what you call it. Not really fan fiction, but it's just a really fun way of interacting with media. I guess it's not always media. I guess sometimes it is history. But I don't know. It's a really fun format. I quite like them. They're quite exciting. And you there, wench with the neck of a chicken, who get an ass ripping worse than your boyfriend's in prison. You're not a true romance. You're just a conjugal visit. Oh, but that's not even your real husband now, is it? I'm afraid I don't even know like what the references are. But that's crazy. I know the YouTube video ones, you know, like there's gotta be like writers for them. But could you imagine like the people who actually do rap battles like unrehearsed? Like you just make up the lyrics on the spot? That is such an impressive art form. I don't think I could ever be witty enough to do all that. Sheesh. They call those off the dome. Tam, don't say off the dome and capitalize it. Man, I'm gonna bonk your dome. I feel like I haven't heard cicadas in a long time. I guess I guess because it's winter. But man, I really miss cicadas. Chub. Okay, am I even doing the right thing? Oh yay! 8 out of 20. Pretty good. The guy who did Peter Griffin versus Deadpool, best video on YouTube, recently made another masterpiece. Slenderman versus Jeff the Killer. I'm afraid I just don't know enough about Slenderman or Jeff the Killer. I feel like I wouldn't get the references. Is Slenderman? That's sort of like a game, right? I feel like people had like an app or something. Is that real or is it just a creepypasta? I feel like there's a game associated with it. But anyway, I never played it. Oh. Oh dear. Um, 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 um. I guess I don't need a rock. It's like doth kind of rappeth are called off the dome. Damn! Goober. What are you even talking about? Oh man, my pockets are full. Creepypasta came first. 7 pages came later. There's an image someone made, and then someone else had a YouTube series called Marble Hornets? That's when his popularity kicked off? He wasn't even like a titular character. He's just like a guest star on a series called Marble Hornets. Kind of a nice name. Oh, to be a little hornet made of marble. No, it was about him? Oh, well then why was it called Marble Hornets? What does that even mean? Oh my goodness, they're sleeping! Chickapee is trying to sleep. Ooh, I need some sort of furniture in here for them. I need them to be happy. Do I have something? I have a chair. I could give them a TV. Oh, yeah. They're gonna watch epic rap battles of history. Here you go, babies. Please enjoy. He was an entity haunting the series. He was called the Operator originally. Yo, I didn't know you were like a Slenderman historian. This is awesome. Marble Hornets was the in-universe movie these college kids being tormented by him were making? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I never learned about any of this stuff. Wait. It's like, where am I going? I'll try to put these in the mushroom maker thingy. I don't know. I got curious and I read one creepypasta and it was uh handsome no, handsome Jack is that's Borderlands. I think his name was something Jack, unless I made that up. I don't know. It's the guy with the spiral nose. Eyeless Jack? Was it Eyeless Jack? Let me see. Eyeless Jack. Roblox? No. Ugh. No, it wasn't this one. Yeah, you can see what I'm looking at. Oh, that's really disturbing. Maybe his name wasn't Jack. Laughing Jack? Yeah, it was this one. It was this freak. Laughing Jack. Yeah. It was a clown. I don't know. It was one day in middle school. I was like, man, everyone's talking about creepypasta on Tumblr. I guess I'll read one. And I thought this guy's design looked the coolest, so I read his story. I don't really remember what it was. There's like I want to say like I like killed a baby or something. Blech. I don't know, but I read that and it scared me so bad, and I never and I never tried any other creepypasta. I was like, nope, that's enough. That's enough for me, I think. I think I got the gist. Hmm. Who's Jeff the Killer? I feel like is that the image where it's just a guy with like beady little eyes? I don't know. I don't know. They all scary. Jeff the Killer is a hilarious story. Is it? Are you sure it's not scary? Wait, hold on. Why? While it's the end of the day, maybe I'll take a little ad break. I need to do something to this coffee. Maybe put more syrup in it, but it's getting funky. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Surprise care package. Thank you. Hold on, let me look up Jeff the Killer. Sorry. None of that, please. I don't like that at all. Why would anybody want to read about that of their own free will? Mm. It's a kid's fanfic that's trying to be scary. But it's actually the funniest thing ever. It's not scary. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Sonic EXE is probably kind of similar, where it's like trying to be scary, but it's just a haunted Sonic game. Like that's a bit ridiculous. But I don't know. I feel like there's some aspects that is still a little spooky. Zalgo took over the internet for a while, especially with Sonic. Is Zalgo like the creator? Hold on. Mm, okay. Here's some baby sensory. I will be back. It may be scary if you are a child. Listen, what if you're just not trying to invite evil into your brain? Have you considered that? Have you considered that? Are you considering that right now? Anyway, I'll be back. Okay, to fix my watered down iced coffee, I I put vanilla syrup in it, but then I put too much vanilla syrup in it. I was like, "Oh, this is so sweet." So I added more milk to it. And now like low-key, it doesn't taste like coffee at all. It just kind of tastes like vanilla milk. And I'm not complaining. Kind of awesome. Also, something about seeing a radish wearing cupcake sunglasses while Nightmare King is playing is really funny to me. This is so awesome. Oh, I also got a little slice of red velvet cake from my Hear Me Out cake. Man, I have so much cake. If anybody wants some cake, hit me up. I cannot be eating all this. It's gonna go stale before I can finish. I was gonna order McDonald's for dinner. Why on God's green earth are they covering everything in Friends Funko Pop stuff? Is that like the Happy Meal toy? Is a Friends Funko Pop? That's kind of bizarre. I don't know. I'm not gonna hate on people who do like Funko Pops, but I don't think the style is my favorite. Something about their faces. I don't know. Like as far as collectibles go, I would say they're not my favorite. But I did used to have a Hatsune Miku one, and then I lost it. Hmm. I'm gonna actually cook dinner now. Heck this. Wait, Tim, did you make your cheesecake today? Or no? I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about your German cheesecake. I'm really curious to see how it turns out. Um, There's a part of the story where this 12-year-old says, "Well, well, looks like we got some new meat." And his friends start talking like anime villains and trying to rob Jeff. They're just like, tisk, tisk, tisk. And the kids pull coins out on the parents. And then Jess gets in trouble and a cop shows up and just goes, "Well, looks like a year in juvie." Then Jeff's brother says, "No, it was me." And he has a knife and the cops pull gun on this 11-year-old and just take him instead. That's crazy. I didn't know like the protagonists were 12 years old. That's so awesome. Man. Okay. Um I don't want to like keep you guys in baby sensory jail, but I do kind of need two hands to eat this cake, so um please just keep looking at the strawberries. Wow, look, they're doing flips. Isn't that so cool? Hmm. I think I did pretty okay on this cake. It was just a box mix, so it's not anything special, but it's surprisingly moist. Sorry, I'm almost done. Don't even worry. Don't even worry, you guys. Mhm. Mhm. Nothing like some red velvet cake and some vanilla milk. Uh-huh. Okay. All done. All right. Let's see our chickens. Meow, 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 meow. Ugh. Okay. Ah, so locked in. So locked in. Oh, it's raining. Let's go. Oh. Wait, should I try to marry Haley? I've never married anyone in this game. I don't know if you talk to the fella, if you like automatically, if that's like proposing, or if it's just like getting the ring and then you can propose whenever you want. I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Let me. Oh, I forgot I moved the shed to a more convenient location, huh? Oh, no, thank you. I don't want to eat the blackberry. Oh my goodness! Last time I went to Costco, I was like, ooh, blackberries. And oh my god, they were so good. I ate them so fast. I just wish Costco was a little closer. It's quite a bit of a drive. It's like low-key 40 minutes away. But it's so worth it. It's so worth it. Okay. Maybe today's the day I'll fix this little storage system as well. I need to make some signs and maybe spread these things out. Okay. I don't think I have oak resin in any of these. I guess I'll put it in my fridge. I assume oak resin is pretty similar to maple syrup. Wait, I have one of each. Didn't I need one for something? Oh, I did! Never mind, you're coming with me. Okay, it's important. This is important. Everything else is just here. Oh, I guess I should, check on the babies as well. Yo! I know I had so many gaps. Still have one, but that's okay. A later problem, to be sure. Hi! Oh my god, do you guys want to watch TV? Watch the weather. Beautiful sunny day tomorrow. Her chick looks really happy today. It's so cute. Alright, I got enough food. I guess I'll keep the door closed. You probably don't want to be out in the rain. Okay, off we go. I'm going to the beach. Is it closer to take the mine cart? I don't know if it even would be. But it like feels like it is. So surely that counts for something. Ah, it's so peaceful. I love the rain. It rained like all day long yesterday. It was so nice. It was so nice. I was just looking out the window for a good... I don't have a good concept of time. I want to say like a good hour, but maybe that's a little bit of an exaggeration. But it's definitely a long time. Oh. Little spirit noises. Yo! Ah, I can see it in your eyes. There be a special someone in your heart. Just so happens I'm selling a mermaid's pendant. Give that to your intended, and they'll know exactly what you mean. It's only 5,000. I feel like that's pretty good for engagement ring. Okay. Okay, so I don't have to propose on the rainy day. You just have to buy it. Okay, good. I'm glad I have it. Oh, it's so pretty. I wonder when I should do it. Interrobing emojis? Now what are you interrobinging for? You're like, what? You know how to cook. Crazy knowledge. Oh my goodness, check this out. I'm gonna go to the minecart, and then I'm gonna go to the quarry, and then bam, I'll be right by the lake. Sheesh. Yeah. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I guess I should take the rare stuff while I'm here, huh? Whee! I bet I can get this quest done today. Only like 10 more fish, I think, maybe. Something like that. Whee! Wow, a chub. Always wanted a chub. Oh, and a ruby. What? I guess it was too far the first time. Wiggle, wiggle. Chub! Feeling chubby tired. It's a quote from Adventure Time. I've been watching so much Adventure Time lately. Yo! Hero fish! Sheesh! My god, Hero, look. Look, I got my little engagement ring. I just gotta wait for the perfect moment. Everything is awesome! Hero, are you on your lunch break? What are you eating for lunch, Pookers? Oh yeah. Bait and traps. Also, thank you for the bit. I love bits! My favorite! Ooh. I thought maybe I could get that without going out of the fish range. But it's okay. It's still poggers. 7 more! Man, I feel like I've been fishing for way longer than that. Yippee! Oops. If only fishing was fun in real life. Maybe it is. I don't know. I haven't gone in such a long time. But I feel like it kind of freaks me out to take the hook out of the fish's mouth. I feel like... I feel like I must be hurting them or something. Ooh, a nautilus fossil. Sheesh. I only have 1 more inventory slot. I wonder if I can go give that fossil to the museum and then come back and still have time to fish. I only need 3 more. Surely if I just, like, eat something. Here. Well... I guess I can catch the 1 more that I have a slot for. And then maybe... Yeah! And then maybe give stuff to the museum and the community center. Wow. Aw, man. I don't really need clay. And I don't really need that copper ore. Okay. Off we go. Oh, I don't think I have room in my pockets for these. Darn it. Oh well. I wonder if any of the fish I caught are donatable. Oh, all I need is a sturgeon, huh? Walleye, catfish, tiger trout. Oh my goodness, tiger mention. Shout out Tigerfang9. Okay. I think that's all I have. Womp 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 womp. Let's give Caroline her ruby. Oh, there must be different rarities. Can't pick up both. Shout out Tiger Finn. Tiger Finn 9. Sheesh. Oh, invasive crab species living in the local mine, threatening the native wildlife. These creatures are known for disguising themselves as stone. I think I can do that. I think I know exactly what he's talking about. Oh, it's Ken's birthday. I wonder if he likes flowers. Okay, can I sell stuff to you? Oh. Yes, those things. I was hoping you'd take my fish buster. Okay, where's your wife? Oh my god! Hi! I have a ruby for you. For me? This is such a thoughtful gift. Thank you. Wait, what? Oh. I thought it was a quest. Maybe maybe the quest ran out and I just gave that to her. Wait, I wanted $750 for that. Man. Just giving away free gems. At least she's happy. And her garden is happy today. That's... I guess that's all that matters, huh? Sigh. Where are my girlfriends at? Oh my goodness, hi. I spent all morning doing my hair. Now the rain could mess it up. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like a ruby too? For me? Thank you. Oh my goodness, you liked it! Oh, it's so cute. Yeah! Oh my goodness, Azulite H! Thank you so much for the raid! Azulite raid, hi! It's so good to see you! Hi raiders! My name is Foss! I'm a pink fox girl, and we're just relaxing. We're just relaxing, cozy vibes fo today. What are you guys up to? Hi, Belgian Frog. That's such a cute name. Let me see. Azu? Light 8. You were playing TS Underswap. Oh, is that an Undertale fan game? I I feel like I've heard of Underswap before, but I've never played any fan games. I really, really love Undertale and Deltarune though. That's so cool. Did you have a good time? Thank you, thank you, thank you. A little bad at making username. Sorry if this has been asked a million times before, but I'm new here. Can Kasane Tetsu fans hang out here and be included in chat? Yeah. Is that the I know she's not a Vocaloid. I forgot the name. I forgot the name for the not Vocaloids. Is that Teto's full name? I low-key did not know she had two names. I always just called her Teto. But of course. Of course, of course, of course. Have a great stream, and yes, it is. Sheesh. Well, I hope you had a lovely time. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate you so much. Make sure you do lots of after stream care. Yippee! Hey, I overheard someone saying that you got your first chicken the other day. Man, I wish Grandma had chickens. I'd eat a dozen raw eggs for breakfast each morning. Raw eggs? Have you guys had raw eggs before? It doesn't sound particularly tasty. It sounds kind of slimy, to be honest with you. It's locked. Oh. Aw, man. They're closed. Wait, I didn't even need to go there. I need to go to the museum. Is the museum closed? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's fit this one. You can go right by the little dinosaur egg. Okay. Beach warp totem. I need a farm warp totem. I've already unfollowed? For a quarter of a year? Did someone skip ahead in time? I swear I won't even hear 2 weeks? Wait, Carrot, when did you follow me? Do you remember your first time being here? I'm gonna be honest, I thought you got here a little more recently than that too. November! Sheesh! That must have been like when me and Wawa played Peak or something. Peak or maybe Repo. I don't know, but that's so crazy. Yo, I'm so glad you're here. November 15th. Wowie. I wonder if I could check. I wonder if I could check my VODs to see what stream that was. Oh, thank you for whoever shouted out Azulite. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. How do I look at my own channel? Oh, here we go. Also, I don't know why, but for some reason my most recent Omori VOD got 75 views on YouTube. Which is crazy because who is watching the middle of an Omori VOD? Okay, let's see. Looking for thumbnails with a Wawa. Wawa. I don't remember seeing you playing anything with Wawa other than Lethal, but I also didn't pay much attention. That's valid. But yeah, Lethal wasn't Lethal was like recently, right? Wasn't in November, surely. Okay, this one as Wawa. No description has been added to this video. What do you mean? I always put descriptions. Sigh. Your oldest VOD I can see is 2 months ago. Oh, yeah. Twitch doesn't keep the VODs. I'm on YouTube. Lethal was December? Oh. What was a month before that? I think the very first time I ever talked to Wawa was a Peak collab. And it was me and Dredgy and Wawa and Azu. And we played something else. Sorry, I'm struggling. What day was this? August. Okay, that's way too far. Sheesh. Man, I played Peak a lot. My little Peak enjoyers at. What month is this? October. Okay, warmer. Wait, was it pumpkin carving? No, that was October. I don't know why that would be November. I'm looking. Uh, I'm looking. Maybe you didn't find me from a Wawa collab. Maybe it was like a raid or something. But I would have really thought it would have been from a collab if I was a betting man. See, 7th October. Yeah, I got nothing. I tried my best. I think I temporarily popped into Ozzy's stream of that, but I didn't really stick around for long simply because I was tired. No, that's valid. I feel you. I totally could have been there and I was just... yeah, I can't find what I played November 15th. I don't know what your first impression of me was. But surely it was like really awesome. Unlikely. Foss takes immediately rental space in the brain. Kind of like I did. That's so cute. That's so cute. Thank you for saying that. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I think there's been a few people who were like, oh yeah, I followed you a long time ago and then I didn't actually pop in the stream until recently and you're really cool. And I go, ah, that is so nice of you. Thank you for saying that. I think I rated from Wawa to Mick and then came to a Mick stream. She rated you or the other way around? I can just check how long I've been followed to Mick to verify. Hold on. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense that you would have came from Mick. Ugh, I just associate you with Wawa so much. I would have just assumed it was that. Why did I come in here? I don't know. Okay. I think I want to save these carrots for like energy purposes. Okay. All good. Now we can go back to fishing. I rated from Wawa to Mick, then Mick to you. That is so lovely. That's so lovely. That's pretty lucky too, because I feel like me and Mick's streams don't usually overlap. But I guess sometimes I'll stream long enough to where I can go into Mick's, but usually she streams more in the evening, and usually I stream more in the like morning/afternoon. So that's pretty lucky. You may think Fost isn't in your brain, but then you'll catch yourself absolutely bombing, and you realize she's there playing with neutral pathways, like a cat with yarn. Man, I can't even be fake offended. That's really cute. I would love to be playing with your neural pathways. Also, I think I said neutral. I don't know why my brain auto put a T in there. I guess they could be neutral. Also possible that I just saw you in mixed chat and then went to your channel. Yeah, anything past last week? Oh, that's kind of real. I also don't have a great time remembering. I feel like for over half of my streamer friends, if you like held a little knife to my head and you said, "How did you meet them?" I'd be like, I don't know. I don't know and I don't remember. Sorry. They're just part of my brain now. And it's awesome. I think I definitely associate like groups of streamer friends with each other though. Like I always think of like Jarchi and Wawa and Lily like from the same pack. And then like Kaya and Hiro and Mei from like the same pack in like Gugu. It's quite funny that I found you, a Pink Fox girl, all because I watched a Pink Fox girl back in 2023. Whoa, that's a long time ago. Pink Fox girls unite. That only happened because I watched a Pink Blue Fox Girl back in 2020. I'm not even aware of that many Fox Girls, to be honest with you. Like, I know there's a lot of Fox VTubers. Like, I'm aware that that's common, but I feel like I don't know that many. I know Kaze is a fox. Or a kitsune. But, like, you know, kinda like the same vein. Yeah, that's all I can really think of. She plays with our neural pathways because she mostly sings on the brain. Hey! It's true, I do have sand on the brain. You see the background of my stream? That's just actually like a scan. It's a CT scan of my of my noggin. It's just eggs in the sand. Kaze Ulu. Kaze Ulu indeed. I used to think Silvervale was a fox girl. I've actually never seen a Silvervale stream, but I've seen like clips of her and stuff, and I always just assumed she was a fox. But alas, no, Azu is aware. Not UMTC of the other pink fox girl, because when I brought her up, he basically did the pog face. That's so cute. I think it's really fun when you like reference someone, and then other people know who you're talking about. He's done. Why are those fried eggs there? You don't even like those. I don't even like those. I think fried eggs are kind of yucky. But, it's like the aesthetic, you know? It's like, the vibes. The vibes of fried eggs in the sand. I really resonate with that. I don't know where to put all this bait. You know what? I think I might have mixed up Silvervale with the person I was thinking of. Follow Silver? Oh, I don't know. I think you should do whatever you want. You're the Iron Mouse and Melody, all the big streamers, really? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't watch a lot of big streamers anymore either. Ugh. I do watch Iron Mouse sometimes. It's mostly whenever she's doing like a new outfit debut. I'm like, ooh, I wanna see what she's up to. I wanna support. I do watch Porcelain Maid sometimes, but I don't know. I've made so many streamer friends that now it's like, well, if I only have so much time to watch so many streamers, I'd rather like support my friends, you know? So I feel you. Oh, baby. Meow. Ugh. Just followed them now because I like looking back at the time I followed them and thinking about what I could have been doing back then. What you could have been doing? What do you mean? Man, this vanilla milk is awesome. That was only day 4. My goodness. I simultaneously feel so productive and so unproductive. On Silver and Iron Mask because of a DDLC video. I really like that game. Ooh. I played that game in high school, but I couldn't finish it. I couldn't finish it because there's like one specific scene with Monica where she like kind of is getting closer to the screen. And it freaked me out so bad that I uninstalled the game. And I was never brave enough to try it again. But I think that's a really good one. Okay. There's a lot to do. Those pulsating convos unsettled me. They I don't even remember what they're called, but they're for making jam. I put blackberries in them, and they're turning them into jam. Maybe it's like mechanical digestion. You mean Tammy? You mean your compost bins aren't pulsating? Yo, dried purple mushrooms. Let's go. The D's and DDLCs stand for depressed dude, because that's what it makes you? Oh. I don't know. I guess it did. Whoa! What's my horse's name? I guess it did make me sad, but I think it made me more scared than sad. It was quite sad, though. You guys got a horse name? Oh my goodness, it's Year the Horse! It's gotta be so good. Sylvester Stallion! Flargle, okay. Oh, sorry, Fargle. I put 2 L's in there. Awa, why do you like Fargle so much? Isn't that just like me as Blorgle? Is it a bit narcissistic to name my horse after me? Big Ricky! What? Is Sylvester Stallion a pun on Sylvester Stallone? Who even is that? Sylvester Stallone. Oh, it's an actor. Oh my goodness. He looks like he looks like the dog whisperer if the dog whisperer like kind of upgraded his cheekbones. No, of course not. Oh, of course not. These are all good names. I don't think Sylvester Stallion will fit. Not enough characters. I like I don't even think Ricky is that funny of a name. I just think any name with the word big in front of it is really funny. Big Ricky. Okay. We can do Fargle since Awa has been asking every single name suggestion. Big Yo! That's awesome. Fargle. Oh yeah. Spirit after the stallion of the Yo! Thank you. Stallion of the Cimarron? Spirit after the stallion of the Cimarron. I know that's a pun, but I just don't know what that's a pun for. Oh my goodness. Forgot to let the babies out. Come on out, little chicks. Little chicks? Oh, okay. You're scaring me. Good morning. Oh my goodness. That little tiny baby ate a grass patch that was like 8 times its size. My little late riser. Okay. Where am I going? Oh yeah, I need to put some seeds down. Yup. Don't forget to water. Oh shoot, I forgot to water the cat. You're so right, thank you. What am I looking for? Oh wait, that one's good. Put this stuff down. Oh, seeds. I need seeds. Seed. I am seed. Does anybody know that whole quote? Because I kind of forgot it. The Lightning McQueen. Speed. I am speed. I watched Cars so many times as a child. What a good one. What a good one. I'm such a Cars enjoyer. Oh, I think I have way more than 5. Darn it. It's whatever. Okay. Hello. baby. Watering cats. You're the big Farkle. Oh, wowee. That is so awesome. Wait, what am I doing? Ooh, okay, lava crabs. Let's do that. Crying big frowny face. Whoop. Now, Shrimpy, why are you crying? You know, I've been thinking. I wish I had a hobby. Something to do other than hanging around that saloon all every night. Oh my goodness. What kind of hobby should she have? I feel like she'd be a good baker. That's what I forgot. When I said I was looking at my follow ages and thinking about what I was doing back then, you said, what does that mean? And I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. I have a bad memory, so I was like thinking about where I was and what I was back then to get a general idea what my day-to-day life was like. If you can't tell, I really like the frog emote. I like that frog emote too. There's a streamer I watch called Sanuki, and she has little froggy emotes, and they're so cute. It's not a pun, it's a reference to a DreamWorks movie about wild horses. It is. When you said spirit, that's what I thought of, but I don't know what the stallion of the Cimarron is. The Hearthstone? Oh my goodness, raise your hand if you played Hearthstone before. Yikes, I'm hearing crickets. I don't know, I was thinking of what to play. Because I do like 4 streams. I do like 4 streams a week, right? And I try to do like one cozy game and then one like story game that's like kind of ongoing, like Danganronpa or like a Mori or something like that. And then I don't know. And then like a free space that can be like for a collab or like a community sort of game. And then just one other miscellaneous. And so when I was making my schedule, I was like, what should the like miscellaneous thing be? And I was like, I didn't want to really do like 2 cozy games. I wanted to do like a strategy type game. And I was looking through my Steam library and I was like, I don't know. And then I was like, oh, Hearthstone, I love Hearthstone. And nobody ever knows what's going on in that game, but it's just so much fun, you guys. It's just so much fun. So if you want to see some awesome, mediocre Hearthstone gameplay, tune in tomorrow. Where was I going? Oh. I'm slaying crabs. I was like... Just having a good time riding the minecart, I guess. Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron is what the movie is called? Oh. I didn't know that. I always just thought it was called Spirit. That was my cousin's favorite movie growing up. She watched that so many times. I feel like every time I went over to my aunt's house, we were always just watching Spirit, and it was awesome. But it always made me feel so bad. Like the scene where they're like trying to brand him, I don't know. That upset me so much as a little kiddo. Yo, a hot dog! Monster Slayer goal complete. Seek go for your reward. Oh, yeah. I think the crabs are on every floor, but I don't know for sure. I don't even know what a wild horse is supposed to do with a brand deal like that. Sneakers. Damn. Oh my goodness. Also, when you think of brand deal, who thinks of sneakers? How many people do you know with a sneakers brand deal? That seems so specific. What kind of brand deal would you want? I would want Honeycomb's brand deal. I've already had multiple different people. What? already had multiple different people tell me that they got honeycombs from the grocery store because I talk about them so fondly, and they're like, I have to try this. And like, I don't know, I'm just saying, if I was getting paid, sheesh, I'd put like 8 honeycombs on my screen, and I'd have like a little moving ad read at the top. Like, do you see this blank space at the top of my screen? It could just say like, buy honeycombs, buy honeycombs. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, if they paid me, I could really be doing something. I guess thinking about it, I don't really know what like a normal brand deal is. Trying to think of other streamers with brand deals. I know there's a lot of like gamer subs. Oh my goodness, I would eat up a gamer sub sponsor code. Or I guess affiliate code? I don't know, but I love gamer subs. What else? I've seen people with like waifu wares. I'm not really sure what that is. But I have seen that in some people's descriptions. Maybe like teas? I think I've seen people with like little tea leaf things. Maybe sneakers isn't that weird. Like a protein iced coffee. Sure, putting a green board on those would make them sell better. Oh my goodness. I've never even heard of protein coffee. But I would definitely try it if it had a little tambour on it. That'd be so cute. Oh, I can't make a cherry bomb. Oops. Well, this is definitely one of the crabs, but I don't know why he's not coming out. You have to get him with a pickaxe? Okay. Yippee! Okay, 2 more. Oh, Monster Compendium. Reading this book again will grant some combat experience. Wow. Shout out reading. the bug slaying sound is so wet. Oh, it's so squishy. I don't think there's any more crabs on this one. Nope. I do have to leave soon. Unfortunate that I always seem to miss out this stream. Oh, this is so sad. Womp, womp, womp. Man. Well, I hope you have a super great time. Whatever you are up to. Someone in Athena's community is making fan art of me as a plushie. The funny thing is, they're using my angry emote as the basis of it. So it's me plushing going rah. That's really cute. Can I be honest? I don't think I've ever really seen you be angry or like frustrated. I feel like you're always the one like jokingly make other people angry or frustrated. Like with your little dad jokes. Oh, are these not it? Are those not crabs? I guess they're not lava crabs. Yo, what the hell is a lava crab? Guess they're probably in the lava thing. Oh my goodness. But fan art as a plushie is so cute. That's so cute. I love plushies. Lava crab is like floor 100. Oh man. Like, is it the same like little rock crab thing, but you know, like red or something? Like this? What? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. I'm gonna explode. Guys, I don't even know what I'm looking for. Wah! I'm outie. Yeah? Okay. Where are my little crabs at? I don't get angry unless I'm working on something and mess it up. Aww. What? I guess that makes sense though. I could see that. Man, the pocket's full. No lava crabs. Ancient seed. Okay. Guess I don't need these copper ores. $7.30. I hope this isn't the type of quest I have to like turn in. Like hope I hope just like as soon as I slay them, then it's like, yippee, you did it. Okay, let me try another floor. Uh, uh. Oh, little crabs. Ugh. Ouch. Ouch. I'm so locked in. I'm so locked in, please. It's fine. It's only 540 gold, which you know is a lot, but we don't have to think about that too hard. Oh my god! That looks like a crab. Oh my goodness. Yippee! Okay, 1 out of 3. I need to eat some carrots for real. What? Not what I meant to do, but that's fine. Okay. Come on, buddy. Whoa. There's so many red rocks. Surely one of them is a little crab. Surely. Oh, man. None of these are crabs. Shoo. Ugh. Wow. Inventory full. Man. I don't need wood. I'm so determined. Nothing again. It's so over. It's never been so over. Oh well. I guess let's get some gold and bounce. Well, surely all the nice little gems that I got are equal to 540 gold. Oh my god, my horse! Hi! big fossil. Foggle? Foggle. Mhm. Mhm. Looking good. Fargle. Fargle. That's such a silly name. What a good one. Uh, um, resource. Um. Oh, that might in the other chest. Man, someone needs to sort this. Someone else needs to sort this. Okay, whatever. I'm going to bed. Alright, yeah, I'm going to bed. I have seeds. Okay, I don't have seeds in my pocket. Plant more seeds tomorrow. I need to think of a good day to propose as well. Here. Iced coffee complete. Moving on to game subs. Caffeine free, of course. Don't worry, I'm not going crazy. Double caffeinated beverage. Okay. Okay. We take care of the farm. Take care of the babies. Oh. Hello. Sorry, I'm not too good at writing letters. I made one metal bar too many, and I thought you might need it. Well, that's sweet of you. Lasty, I'm really craving a fresh apricot. Haven't been able to find one at the store, so I'm asking you. I'll pay you well for it. Ooh. Sounds like a good deal. What is this for? Oh, this is just miscellaneous. Wait, I could totally put bunny plushie with the babies. They're oh my goodness. Dinosaur looks really happy today. Oh, I'm so glad. This is so awesome. Oh, thank you. This is so awesome. I need to plant more grass for them. I think ideally there should be grass like all over. Oh my goodness, now we got eggs. Like now they have a bunny plush. Here, maybe I'll put this in the corner. They have a bunny plush and a television. Maybe I'll put this up here. And this can go more in the middle. Yo! Thank you. Thanks, I guess. Okay, babies taken care of. That's so real. That's so real. Okay, now let me get some seeds. I don't even know where my seeds are. We got seeds. I could use these like kind of bad sprinklers. Get even more crops out there, but then it wouldn't be a pretty little rectangle. Decisions. And I still have whatever. Whatever, it's chill, it's fine. Oh, a yellow tulip, that's so nice. I need a mayo machine. Are these done? They're not. Guess I just put more down. Kinda tired of waiting. This one's a little lonesome. A little cut off from the friends, but that's okay. He's being so brave about it. Okay, none of this is even sellable. Yo, quality fertilizer. I didn't even put that down. Wait, I can put it on top? I thought it had to be before you planted stuffs. Okay, well... maybe it's just for that one. Alrighty then. Okay. Mayonnaise machine. Wood, stone, earth crystal, copper bar. I should really move the jam into my shed. Not pulsating outside and making Tam feel weird about it. Oh well. Okay, let's make some signage first. Don't really know what you need for signs. Just grab everything just in case. Oh, it could be stone or wood. What I have more of? Way more stone. Okay. Holy gyrating jam, Batman. Oh. Gyrating, huh? That makes it sound even more strange. Okay, how many tiles is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I have 6. So I could do every other one. I think. And it would be even, maybe, perhaps. I don't know how far back to put them. Maybe a big gap would be kind of ugly. But I like it being a rainbow. See, that just looks kind of strange. Is that... yeah, I guess that's even... does that look weird? I guess it's fine if it looks weird. Okay, how do I... can I write on the sign or do I just put something on it? Okay, you just put something on it. Wait, how do I... how do I get it back? Okay, whatever, it's fine. Do this one first since Monster Loot is pretty easy. We'll have that represented... Yo! Hi! We'll have that represented by a batwing. We like bats around here. We like bats a normal amount around here. Inventory full. Okay. This is our monster loot. Also, hi Zen. It's good to see you. Okay. Looks excellent. And that one's nice. Oh, a nice dark red. I think I like the dark better than the bright red. And then minerals. I mean, I don't have enough room to put everything in my pocket as I transfer it. Ugh. Man, what is up? What is up? Why do I even have fiber in there? Okay, whatever. Just put random garbage in here. Temporary random garbage. Okay. Perf. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh. What mineral's the best? I kind of like the look of the jade. It's a nice little egg shape. Oops. Oh, I'm trying to set you down, little buddy. Okay, mineral. Mineral. So many minerals. Okay, looks good. A nice handsome orange. Unfortunately, about time for me to leave. If something gets delayed or canceled, I'll come back, but don't count on it. I know you'll miss me dearly, but ask you to bear with it. I miss you so much already. What am I even gonna do? What am I gonna do without looking in the chat and seeing and seeing a nice orange username? But take care, Carrot. Thank you for the care package. Ah. Oh yeah. Tam become orange. What the? You can't just ask Tam to become orange. That's crazy. Okay. Resource. Resource. Should resource be something familiar like a rock? Or something awesome like a gold bar? Mm, Maybe maybe like iron. maybe that's kind of in the middle. Okay. Wow, 1, 2, 3 coals. Sheesh. Yo! Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the raid. It's so good to see you. What were you up to? Hello, raiders. My name is Foss. You can also call me Sinna, and I'm a Fox Girl VTuber. Ah! Oh my goodness! Whoa! So many people. Yippee! Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, I'm so overwhelmed. Thank you for viewing upside down. Man, I was already overwhelmed because I'm organizing chests and and now now there's so many lovely people here. It's so good to see ya. Oh my goodness. But hi, my name is Foss. You can also call me Sina. And we're just having a nice little relaxing Stardew Valley stream. What were you playing? What were you up to? You better be having the best day. Thank you, Snowbell. That's so sweet of you. Goat raid. Hi, Snow. Hi, Dr. Worm. Hi, Crypt. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hi. Oh my goodness. Hi. Hold on. Let me go upside down. You're playing Dead by Daylight? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Did you do a good job? Were you playing Survivor or were you killing people? I must say, I'm a little bit squeamish, so I've never played that game. But I do lurk quite a bit in Goat streams when he's playing that game, when they're playing that game, and I don't know, they seem pretty good at it. So you probably kicked booty, right? 2 killers, sheesh, a bit of both. Oh my goodness. I hope you had such a lovely stream. Make sure you take really good care of yourself. And hydrate, take a little rest, go do whatever you need to do. But yeah, we're just cozy. I'm I'm trying to make my storage room look not that silly. I think it's still looking a little silly, but like don't tell don't tell anyone, okay? DVD is super scary for me too. Wait, Snowbell. If it's super scary, how how did you play as the killer? Wouldn't that be even worse? I don't know. I don't know. Something about like the little hook in the Moris. It's so detailed. But I'm glad you had a good time. Oh my goodness. Hi, Az. It's so good to see you. Hey, this isn't the food court. We can stop the Wraiths train. Oh, that's the guy with the little jingle bell, right? That's my that's my favorite one to lurk on because I like hearing the little jingle bell. It makes me go yippee 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 yippee. Yeah. I like being terrified. Killer is a key for me. Survivor is scary. Oh, really? I guess. Oh, I did not even put a thing down for that. I guess if you're scared of like being chased, I could. I could definitely understand why that would not be a good time. But for me, I'm more of just scared of like gore, and I feel like playing as killer would be a little more troublesome. I love to ping pong around. Yippee! When did I get here anyway? Hello. Oh my goodness, hello. Hi, Tylicker. It's good to see you. Bing bong, bing bong. I'm supposed to be gone. Oh my goodness. Goodbye, Carrot. I hope you have a great day. Hope you have a great day. That is the shrimp. Wait, I must have missed something. Is our little shrimp a celebrity? Everybody go follow Retail Shrimp for some awesome art content. Stardew is where your cup of tea. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's so true. Mm, this shade of green, it's lovely, but I wish it was a little darker. Oh well. Okay. Let's get rid of all this. And then maybe we can fit it all. Carrot and shrimp stir fry. Oh, would that be good? I've um I've had shrimp stir fry before, or like shrimp fried rice, I guess, but oh wait, I was trying to take this out and not put this in. But like just carrots? Just a carrot and a shrimp? I don't know. I feel like you need at least one other vegetable or something. How do I escape? Gotta go make dinner. Oh my goodness, Snowbell, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. I hope your dinner is so amazing. And you are so safe while you're cooking your dinner. Must you tired of nap? Have a good stream. Ah, you guys are so sweet. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you have the best nap of your life and you wake up feeling refreshed and not groggy whatsoever. Okay, this is my produce. That is not flowers. Wait, why do I have flowers? Oh no, my bad. This is just forage. And then this is fruits and vegetables and flowers. Maybe I should separate that, huh? It's a later problem. Now's your chance to brag about the sand eggs. I drew the sand eggs and fuss overlays. By the way, that's so real. They so did. It's I think they really captured the essence of my brain. If you're ever wondering what's going on in there, it's it's the sand eggs. Sorry, I feel like the stream is so quiet. I guess my storage room isn't really bumping. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, I'll be done so soon, and then surely I'll go outside and it'll be like a nice jaunty little tune. Let's put an eggplant on this poster. I think that's a nice color. Okay. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking. Daffodil doesn't belong there though. Okay, slaying. Wait, I have one more sign than I do chests. What is up with that? Okay, I guess I guess I'll make another chest. So that it's nice and pretty and even. Okay, you go there. Man, it's so over for me. Why did I put these in here? Okay. And then you go here. And maybe this is where I separate the flowers from the fruits and veggies. Maybe that would make good sense. No. I don't know, I'm just here. Green. Okay, this. I like the dark blue better, but I guess it doesn't look as good there. I guess it's more of an indigo. Maybe this one could be that. And then this one could be the last one. Yo, why do I have rocks? Not even nicely with the resources. Okay. Yippee! Aw, thank you so much for the follow. Sad Hibiki? I'm sorry if I said your name incorrectly, but I appreciate you so much. Okay, put seeds in this one. I think I had it to where any farming thing was in this one. So it can be like that. I wish I had a grass seed for the poster. None of these seeds are especially pretty. And then... where do I put the bombs? Aw, thank you for the follow. Can I feed your bunny? Wait, you guys' usernames are so fun. I don't have a bunny, but if I did, I would let you feed it. Okay, this can be vegetables, and then the flowers. Flowers can be separate. Always important to have a flower chest, I would suspect. And here, the showcase one can be a sunflower, cause that's our girlfriend's favorite. Oops. Maybe not a geode. Okay, and then this is seeds and the other farming stuff. Okay, looks good. Okay, let's hydrate because I forgot my key. Oh my goodness, Carrot, don't be late. Thank you for the hydrate. Yippee yippee. Okay, get me out of here. That's enough. That's quite enough organizing. Okay, let's put this back in a nice way. Oh, I meant to make mayonnaise machines. Oopsie. Womp womp. Do you guys like mayo? I used to be so against mayo. I'd be so upset if mayo was like on any on any of my sandwiches, but I think I think I've kind of grown out of that. I think it's okay. Okay, Chucha Cola. It's like our emergency snack. This stuff we gotta take somewhere. And everything else is everything else. Okay, mayo machine. Wood, stone, earth, crystal, copper. Oh, I should probably put this in the storage shed as well. Be late. Oh, yippee! I'm so sorry. Oh wait, going in circles. I keep forgetting I put the shed up here. Hey Mayo, heard that across my room. Oh, yeah. I understand. It's definitely not my favorite, but I don't mind it as much. I can't say that I hate it. I already forgot what I need. It was like wood, copper, maybe stone and earth crystal? Something like that. Icky, ew, gross. Japanese mayo is pretty good with rice. Tuna mayo pasta is good. Oh, I've never... Well, I don't want to say I've never had Japanese mayo. I think maybe I've had it like drizzled on top of sushi. But I've never really thought about the flavor or anything. It's just kind of there. I don't think it's bad. But I guess I couldn't really tell you how different it tastes from regular mayo. Oh, I should have made 4. Like this 4 lone egg is just by itself. I'll put it in the fridge. Is there anything else I needed to make? Oh, a keg would be nice. Have to wait for more oak resin though. Oh, I think I already have a bee house, but I put it away. Put that thing away. And then might as well make another tapper if we gotta have oak resin. Yup. Yup. And then I'll make some more grass starters. For my babies. Okay. Everything's looking good, I think. I guess I can cook some this as well. Yarp. It's all your fault for being entertaining. You distracted me. Aw, man. Guilty as charged. What can I say? I'm just so cool and entertaining and engaging, and I think everybody should follow me. Check me out. Does this spread? I thought it would spread, but it seems like as the chickens are eating them, they're just kind of disappearing. Womp womp. I also like deforested so much that I don't really have a lot of trees to put this tapper on. I'll have to wait for one of them to grow. Okay. I guess we'll save that for later. Got a lot of fishing stuff. I guess I'll go to the blacksmith. Oh. It's 6 p.m. Okay, I'll go to the blacksmith tomorrow. I guess I'll just fish. I was gonna go to the blacksmith and then fish, but we'll just do the fishing part. Japanese mayo uses more yolk? Really? I thought it would be like seasoned differently. I didn't know that's all it was. Isn't coleslaw just mayo and like cabbage? Is that real? I had coleslaw the other day. As a kid, you know, I was quite a picky kid. I like refused to even try coleslaw, but I tried it for the first time the other day with some like fried chicken, and I was like, huh, this isn't even so bad. Like I was kind of being a baby about it. This is not horrible. But it didn't really taste like mayo at all, and I always thought it was made with mayo. You're basically right. I don't know, it's when I when I get mayo on my McChicken sandwich, it tastes way more like creamy. I feel like the coleslaw didn't really taste that creamy. It was just kind of, I don't know, acidic maybe? I like how the fishing when you're fishing it sounds like you're like stretching a balloon. Oh yippee, green algae. My favorite. Salad cream. What the? Never heard of salad cream. Which is just mayo with a higher water content and perhaps a vinaigrette. Ooh, vinaigrette makes sense because it did kind of have that acidic flavor. I've never heard of salad cream. that sounds like something you would eat in like the Great Depression era. Like we can't afford anything, so Ma had to make salad cream for us. Coleslaw. Coleslaw has mayo, vinegar, and sugar. And sugar. Doesn't even taste sweet. I love coleslaw. Oh. Coleslaw enjoyer. Listen, it's not horrible, but I would never like choose to order it. It's just I went to Raising Cane's, which is like a fried chicken restaurant, with my friend, and his came with a side of coleslaw, and he didn't want it. So I was like, "Oh, I'll try it." It wasn't bad, but I would not go to town on some coleslaw, you know? Salad cream is literally just mayo, but with a runnier consistency? Do people put it like, is it like a salad dressing? I don't know. Salad cream sounds so foul. Oh, I don't know where I'm gonna get an apricot. Apricot? Apricot? I don't know where I'm gonna get one of those. I have like a fruit tree growing, but I don't know if it's an apricot. I think it's an orange tree or something. Take after my mother? Oh my goodness. Do you have a family of coleslaw lovers? This really funny thing happened where I can't get to where I need to be right now for a bit. So I guess I'm stuck here till it gets resolved. Oh, Carrie, are you okay? Is it like bad traffic? That is so sad. Carrot leaving entails I know. We get like a 30-minute warning. And we get all prepared for them to leave, and then it's like, surprise! But hey, I'm not complaining. I'm supposed to be gone 9 minutes ago? Oh no. This is so sad. I believe so. I don't know how my mother feels about coleslaw. I know she really likes potato salad. And she's from Iowa, so she says potato salad. And it's really cute. I do not like potato salad. I don't know. I feel like my mama likes some... I don't want to say some bad foods, because, like... I don't know, I don't think they're bad. It's just... they're not my favorite. Ugh, or, like... macaroni salad... pasta salad. Any sort of salad, really, that's, like, not a salad that's got, like, random stuff in it. I am not a fan. Also, like, cottage cheese. I want to say I don't like cottage cheese, but, like, I haven't really tried it since becoming an adult, so, like, maybe I would like it. But I don't know, the texture seems like such an issue. It's a hard one to get over. Waiting on somebody and I haven't heard from them. It'd be great if she'd say something. Oh no. Say something. I'm giving up on you. This is so sad. Womp, womp, womp. I needed something and I don't remember what it was. Oh well, shit. Do you think I will pass out? Surely not, right? Oops, not really trying to fish in here. Oh, I should put my extra bed in here so I don't so I don't pass out. Also, where is my horse? I don't know what I did with my horse. He's somewhere. It's like an episode of a TV show. Oh, baby. Episode of a TV show about a character leaving, but the TV show is episodic with no continuity, so you know he ain't going anywhere. kind of awesome. My mom is Midwestern, so I kind of assume she likes weird mayo salad things. Yeah, same for my mama. Iowa is Midwestern, right? I don't know. I don't really know the line between like a northern state versus a Midwestern state. Like I don't know where the lines are. Are there even northern states? Is that even a thing, or is the Midwest from like all the way down? I don't know. I feel like I need to look at a region map. It's not, I think. Okay, okay. I could edit an entire clip in the time this is taking. I'm so sorry for my false sleep waiting. Oh my goodness, you don't have to be sorry. We're happy to have you here. I'm sorry your ride is being sussy. Midwest is just kind of a vibe from what I know. Oh, yeah, maybe we could. Well, Carrot said Pennsylvania earlier, so maybe we can just like put Pennsylvania in the Midwest, like just vibes wise. Has anyone been to Pennsylvania? I think I went to. I don't know if it was. I think it was Philadelphia as a kiddo. I don't know. I remember like my family. My family was visiting like a friend, and I think it was Pennsylvania. I think it was Philadelphia. Because I remember seeing historic stuff, but I don't really remember it that well. She's not even online. She hasn't seen a single message. Oh, what if she's taking a nap? One time I asked my friend to give me a ride to the airport, and it was like at 6 a.m. And he was like, yeah, I can do that. And then he slept through it. So I had to get an Uber, and it was so stressful because I was like, I don't know if he's awake or not. And I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You really hate to see it. I love PA. I hate PA. Me seeing a Montana cowboy and a Texan cowboy and being like, ah, yes, spaghetti. Ah, yes, spaghetti. What do spaghettis have to do with cowboys? I never considered that Montana and Texan cowboys would be different. Spaghetti westerns? Oh, I'm not familiar. Discourse in the father community. Hmm. I guess Pennsylvania's pretty polarizing, huh? Anyway, I'm gonna come down from the ceiling. It's low key been 25 minutes. But it's okay. You guys deserved a little extra because low key that redeem has been turned off. Okay. And then you guys ascend to the heavens. And then Honeycombs go over here. And then Loki, I might take an ad break to put my red velvet plate in the sink. Yippee! Do you guys want to watch Baby Sensory? Do you guys get tired of Baby Sensory? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like if it was me, I would get tired of Baby Sensory. But every time I've turned on something else, I've been met with a bit of pushback. So if you have any suggestions for anything else, please do let me know. But for now, you can go crazy. Go crazy. Ah, go stupid. Ah. Okay, I will be back. Oh my gosh, sorry. Sorry. I changed my shirt. I changed my shirt and I was kind of struggling. Well, I wasn't struggling to change my shirt. I was struggling to pick a shirt to change into because I was wearing like a nice like long sleeve, like almost sweater. Not quite a sweater, but like an in between. Something in between like a sweater and just a regular long sleeve shirt. And it's so hot in here. But I don't have a lot of regular style t-shirts. Most of my like short sleeve t-shirts are like crop tops. Or at least cut a little bit. And I can't wear those when I'm streaming because my chair is like leather. And if my skin is touching the leather, it'll get like all warm and sweaty. So I had to really dig around to find something. Oh my goodness, you've been yapping. Goodbye, Carrot. I hope you have a great time. Putting Nair in your shampoo. Out of ads, no help from shrimp. Yo, why are you putting that on shrimp? Poor little shrimp. They've done nothing wrong. Loki forgot I had head pat emotes. What the? It's kind of awesome. Kind of awesome. It's a cute emote. Okay. Okay, locking in. What shirt do you have now? I have a black, not really like t-shirt, but like a quarter sleeve t-shirt. I don't know. I need more just like regular t-shirts. But every time I'm clothes shopping, I'm like, I don't want to buy just a t-shirt. I want to buy something that has like a pretty design or like interesting sleeves or like an interesting cut. And so I have like, I don't know, like 4 t-shirts. And I usually wear them to sleep in. So I'm cooked. Just get sweaty. I don't wanna be sweaty. Oh, the whole point of changing clothes is because I didn't want to be all hot. That is not a good suggestion. But did I say goodbye? She still ain't here? Oh, I thought... Oh, sorry. I scrolled up and I saw it's been 16 minutes. I didn't... I guess I interpreted that as like... Oh, finally, like after 16 minutes. She's here. This is so sad. Can we get a Foss head pat emote? I have like 3 shirts and one has a bloodstain. Wait, you should wear the bloodstain one. That's some aura. But yeah, we do have a Foss head pat emote. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, subscribers can pat my head. Yippee! Oh my god. Oh. Torchic and Nugget were like standing on the same square. And their colors were flashing, and it kind of looked like they were a bomb about to blow up. Can we have more? Oh. Yeah, sure. The only free emote slot I have is a static one. But I would not mind getting rid of the little Pixel Frost one. That one was more of a stand-in. So, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, you can put my head 2 different relays. Wouldn't that be awesome? Actually, Tam sent me a really cute... Hold on. I don't know if I saved it on VGen. But he sent me like a really cute head pat emote thing on VGen. Oh, I didn't save it. It was incredibly cute. It was like a 2-handed one where like one of the hands was kind of like rubbing between the ears and the other was kind of like on the cheek. It was so cute. Get back in the stir fry. Oh my goodness. Wait, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Do shrimps want to be stir fried or no? Oh, that was carrot. That wasn't even the shrimp. Do carrots want to be stir-fried? Yes or no? I'm fine with it. Okay. That's good to know. I'm trying to think. If I was a shrimp, I don't think I would want to be stir-fried. I think I'd want to be one of those like tempura, like crispy breaded shrimps. Do you think green algae could go with the forage? It doesn't have the forage tag, but like I don't know where else it would be. But surely that makes sense. Oh my goodness, hi, Icy! Let me get Monsley for you. Fine with being stir fried. Just make me yummy and eat me from the feet first. Is the feet like the pointy part of the carrot?
Head pat 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 pat.
Aww.
Okay, now the fox is stimmed. Chat, let's start a
Yo,
revolution.
what the?
Stand on your feet. Turn around.
Hey!
Now turn around
Oh.
again. Good job.
Oh, that kind of revolution. Yeah, that's fine. Please revolve all you want. Like the... Oh, wait, hold on. Let me enhance this. Yes, exactly like that. That's so cute, Shrimp. What good emotes you have. Okay, listen up. Here's Monsley's words of wisdom on this fine Monday. Oh, hold on. Oh, there we go. Pretty good, huh? Pika-pee! It's so good to see you. Oh my goodness! Wait. Big shrimp. Wait, what's the little thing under your arm? Is that... It low-key looks like a little keychain, but I can't tell. I can't tell. It's kind of hard to see. It's a bird? Wait, that's so cute! That is so awesome. I quite like birds. Okay. I'm gonna move these into the storage as well. But then this chest looks lonely. But it doesn't really fit the vibes of the other stuff, huh? Man, this game is kind of hard if you don't really know what's going on. Inventory full. Okay. You know what I should keep? I'll keep 2 blue jazzes. And everything else can go in the slimmer. Oh, maybe I should have kept a mayo. It's fine, it's fine. I got a 2.0 design. I haven't finished the model yet. I'm struggling. That's so valid. I think it's so cool that, like, you're able to do the art yourself. Or, like, the design. I think that's so lovely. Man, I have a character sheet in the works that I commissioned from VGen. And listen, I'm not gonna complain about my artist. My artist is working hard. However, the guaranteed delivery date was low-key like January 15th. And she keeps pushing it back. And I don't mind. I don't mind if it's pushed back, but I kind of wish I had some sort of rough estimate of when it might be done. I think there's just a bit of a lack of communication. And I'm trying to be so patient and regular about it. But I'm so antsy. I'm so antsy. Where is she? Do you like winter birds? I love winter birds. I think. What's a winter bird? Like a penguin? I quite like penguins. And I like snowy owls. Is that what you mean? But a pumpkin instead of an eggplant. Too much blue next to each other. I was thinking about the character sheet today. I was gonna ask about it later. Were you really? Oh my goodness. When the save wavelengths for real for real. But yeah, I really don't mind because it's not like I have a specific thing that I need it for. Like, there's really no rush. Yo! Hero Frame, thank you so much! Oh my goodness, what a sweetheart. Thank you. Are you on your lunch break yet? But yeah, I'm really... I just really would like a timeline. The 2.0 design was made by Neko Sharpie? Yeah! Wait, so somebody else like did the concept and you're doing like the art for it? Oh, that's so awesome! Robins and other birds that like the winter? Do robins like the winter? I don't see robins too awful often. I thought robins were more like a sign of spring. But yeah, I don't think I'm picky about my birds. I just think they're all pretty nice. Yes, I am. I already had takoyaki though, so I'll be skipping lunch. Ooh, that sounds quite yummy. I've never had that before, but it looks quite yummy. I like watching the street food videos of people making it. And then I go, yippee, that looks so good. Okay, let me put these in there as well. And then our storage area will be complete. I only see robins in winter. They like the snow? Oh. I guess I just haven't seen that many robin. Wait, are these the same as these? I guess I've just been using some for roe and some for jam, but I guess they're all the same. Maybe they should low-key all be on the same playing field. Yeah. It's peak. You must try it someday. Oh, I would love to. I don't know where you get it from. I guess probably like the international market or something. Is it octopus? Is it octopus? I don't think I've ever had octopus. I've had squid, I've had calamari, but never octopus. My ref sheet done by a different artist also took a million years with barely any updates. I want to see a European robin so bad, they're so round. Oh, are they different from the ones you see in the States? I guess that makes sense, but I never considered that. Little guys. I like round birds. I'm trying to think. I think there's a bird. Yo! Aw, hi, Soya. Thank you so much for the gift. You're so sweet. Aw. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. I like the... I don't remember what it's called. Okay, Hero, don't just say octopus balls. Oh, okay. Is it just fried octopus? Like, is there vegetables in it or no? I don't know. I don't know, but I like fried food, so I think it would be good. Balls, octopus. Oh, wow, wowee. Wowee. American robins aren't robins. They just got red bellies. What? Then what are they? What do you mean they're not robins? Seal balls. Balls check. 21 more go. 21 into what? Guys, I don't have a balls check. Here, is ballin'. Dino dance. Oh yeah. They ate balls today, so they gotta be ballin'. Okay, we'll just make 1 billion jams and it'll be so good. I don't know what I'm working towards, can I be honest? We got a banger storage shed though. Oh, I need seeds. And gotta turn that stuff in. Gotta move that. Maybe making paths would be slay. Oh, I don't know. They're thrushes. They're named after European robins. What? Are they just fake? I feel a bit lied to. What if... What's stopping them from being robins? What is a robin if not a red belly? 46 plus 21? 6-7! Sheesh! Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. And mix at 6-9? We could we could have the whole leaderboard, just these silly little numbers. Wait until you find out about pink robins. Are there actually pink robins? Like, are they actually pink? Or is it just like they're called pink? And it's like they're slightly reddish? 'Cause I feel like sometimes people lie a little bit about the colors of things. Yes, they're pink. Like, really pink? Yo! Where do they live? Are they close? Sora, you're so sweet. You don't have to do all that. That's so nice of you. That's so nice of you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that emote. Australia, oh. That's kind of far away, huh? Kind of awesome. Thank you, Norg Daddy. Man, the glaze... The glaze is really never ending, huh? Sigh. Norg Gravy, I mean? Where did gravy come from? Yo, a heart-shaped book. Friendship 101. You become friends with people a little faster? Sheesh. Wait, that's so nice. You think they make that in real life? Spiritually hitting the puckering tomato. Wowie. You did the Undertale quote to me with gravy in it? Oh! Sora... Oh... I don't remember if it's Sweetie first or Darling first. Zora's Sweetie, Darling, Honey, Gravy? I think? I think that's the one. Yippee! Yeah. Oh, man. I love Deltarune. Shout out Deltarune. I'm so glad... Okay. Okay. Listen, it's hard. It's hard to be a streamer. Look, I have to walk all the way down to this bridge and read chat, and you're expecting me to remember something that I said months ago? That seems a bit ridiculous. I remember them for literally just an external hard drive. No, you're more than that. You're also my little lolcow. Shout out Toby Fox for inventing music in 2015 when he tried to run using sound. He tried to run using sound? Okay, I don't know what that means. And also, I don't know what event you were going to, but I feel like if you're more than 30 minutes late, then like maybe you just GG next. Maybe you text the person and you go, "Ah, sorry, I'm really sleepy today." And then you just like low-key don't show up. That's what I would do. What? You haven't heard that? I don't know who says that. Somebody says that and I hear it a lot. I'd be like, I'm just a little lol cow. You guys are milking me for lols." And I think about that a lot. Yeah. Sorry, GG next. They ain't coming. Aw, man. This is so sad. Well, at least you get to watch my little Stardew Valley character fishing. Does that help your case at all? Yippee! I don't even know what to say to that. Oh, thank you. Um, that's that's so nice of you. I appreciate you so much. My goodness. With that 100 bits, I could buy the game on my wish list. I don't remember what it's called. I put some game on my wish list, and I got an email about it that's like 95 cents. And I was like, sheesh. And now I got 95 cents. This is so awesome. Bam, bam. Oh, thank you, Shrimp. It's so sweet of you. You've been bonking a lot today. Are you feeling like extra violent? Or just like extra rich? Is it a 95-cent game? Let me see. I want to say it was something that somebody recommended a long time ago. Anytime somebody recommends a game, I'll put it on my Steam wishlist. And then sometimes like low-key months will go by. And I'll forget who recommended it. And then I don't even know what's going on. It's called Make Good Choices. It's normally $2.99, but right now it is 74 cents. So even cheaper than I thought. Yeah. Okami HD is also on sale. 50% off. Risk of Rain Returns is also on sale. Off is also on sale. Uh-huh. Yep. But if you want any of those games, they're on sale. Yeah, I'm violent and evil today. I'm super early, I'm sorry. No, it's okay, I understand. I think I would be a little extra evil if I had to wake up early as well. Hello, I hope your new farming life is panning out as you'd hoped. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think Lily's is closed. That's a good game. Add Okami to your list. Well, it is on my list. I was reading you stuff from my wish list. I low-key think I put that one on my wish list because a VTuber I used to watch really, really liked it. But then she was like involved in some controversies. Womp, womp, womp. But the game still looks really fun. Oh, you got a horse? That's so wonderful. Horses are amazing animals. Oh man, I forgot to grab my horse. I guess we're just taking time to stop and smell the roses for today. Takoyaki is deep-fried octopus balls. So batter shaped in a ball, and inside is diced octopus, red pickled ginger, and green onion, topped with takoyaki sauce, Kewpie mayo, and bonito flakes. Bonito flakes. I don't know what a bonito flake is. Bonito means like pretty in Spanish. Pretty little flakes for my octopus balls. I was talking to chat. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were talking to chat. I just assume you're always talking to me. Meant to send that earlier, but got too busy to be detailed. No, don't worry. You are so okay. Wowie, now you have the game and 100 bits. Girl, what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't really know what that means. Womp 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 womp. You again. How many times do I have to tell you to leave me alone? Wait, is he still like mad at me? Oh, I guess he is. I guess he's only a two-heart kind of fella. Do you want a dandelion? I don't really like this. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, let me pack my little ant bindle. Get out of here. Bonito flakes are smoked dry skipjack tuna shavings. It's so delicious. Oh. I do not eat a lot of fish. I had salmon the other day. Sheesh. And I think I did a pretty good job. Better than last time, at least. And that's the only fish I've had in a really long time. Boing. Don't worry, I'm always talking to you in chat simultaneously. Ah, this is so awesome. Yippee! Oh, did that fall? Oh, they just fallen in the water. That's fine, that's chill. Wait, I was supposed to go to the store and get seeds. Man, it's okay. Didn't even need it. Oh, wait. Maybe I need something for... oh, I guess I already have the crab pot bundle. Okay, never mind. You're just selling all of it. Salmon is yummers! I like raw salmon, raw and cooked. Oh, I never had it raw. I only had, like, the smoked salmon that you get at fancy restaurants. And then, just, like, pan-fried. Whenever I cooked it, I just cooked it in a pan. And I will say, I don't know if it's just because, like, I didn't have the same seasonings that they do at the fancy restaurants. But it tasted a little more fishy than when I've got it from restaurants. Like, it was still good. But I definitely prefer not my version. Raw salmon dipped in soy sauce and squeezed lemon. Oh, my goodness. That sounds so deluxe. Hubba hubba. At Hero Hum. Like cured? I assume it has to... You have to do something to it to make it safe, right? Pure raw as long as it's prepared properly? Really? You don't have to... I would have to imagine you have to do something to it, right? It has to be fresh salmon. Oh. That sounds pretty fancy. Sheesh. Wait, here, have you ever seen a pink robin? Shimp was telling me there's pink robins in Australia. And like you're kind of close to Australia, right? Have you have you seen a pink robin before? What am I doing? Oh yeah, that can go there. I guess coral is kind of 4G if you think about it a little bit. I don't know how to put these bombs. I guess I should just like go use them, huh? I haven't. They look so cute though. Oh, it's so sad. I need somebody to tell me about their pink robin experience. Little chickens. Oh, they look so happy. Oh, he's my horse. Oh, so cute. So cute. Oh my god. There's so much going on. Wait, I need to propose. I need a calendar. I think you can buy a calendar from someone. Maybe, perhaps. You have this common bird though, and it's so cute. My goodness. Let me in there. Can't wait to get a virus looking at a cute bird. Wait, you guys have to see this. Look at it. It's so round. Tomtit? It's a small passerine bird. I don't even know what that means. With distinctive plumage and markings. It has a compact body, a round head, and a relatively large head compared to its body size. This head is like half the size of its entire body. Ugh. I love birds that are just circles. That is so lovely. You could cup the little thing. Ah, so cute. That's so cute. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I like birds. I like birds quite a lot. They fit in the palm of your hand. Have you like picked one up before? That sounds so cute. Oh wait, I was gonna put this in the storage room. Ah! I'll do that since there's some time before my little guy falls asleep. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, tomorrow I need seeds, and then I need to check the calendar. This bed is so large. I just feel like it's good in case of emergencies, you know? Okay, I guess I'll go to bed here. Teehee. Not those birds, but some other breed have landed in my hand while I was feeding them. Aww, that's so cute. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's so lovely. I've never had a bird in my hands before. Well, I guess one time I was working. I worked at a store, right? And somebody came in late at night with an entire like scarlet macaw. And it was so bizarre, but I guess it was their pet. And I was like freaking out. I was like, "Oh my god, like that's your like you this thing just lives with you?" And he was like, "Yep, do you want to hold it?" And I was like, okay." And so there's a picture of me in my little work uniform with the scarlet macaw like perched on my hand. It was pretty cute. NewZealandBirdsOnline.org. Oh my goodness. Get me in there. Get me in there. Oh, a house sparrow. Oh, my yeah, my big head's in the way. We have sparrows too, but I don't think they're this round. I don't know why your birds are so round. That's so awesome. New Zealand birds are assigned to the nominate subspecies Domesticus. Wow. It's an introduced species. One of the world's most successful introduced species. So I guess they didn't come from there. But they're thriving there. They're having a good time. It lives mostly in close association with man. It makes sense that it would land on your hand then. Wow, there's so much information. What a nice what a nice website. These common little birds of the land and eat off my hand. Oh, that's so cute. Man, I have a bird feeder. And it's outside on my balcony, but the birds just have not found it yet. I don't know if my apartment's just like too high up, that the birds just don't naturally go up there, but I want to see some birds. I'm hoping when like the springtime birds come back for the winter, or from the winter, that they'll find it. It's really cute. Like my little cats like to watch the birds, and there's like low-key nothing to watch right now. Their show is not on. I missed the bird talk. No, shrimp. It's okay. You can have. Look, you can look at the bird. Check this bird out. He's round. Check this bird out. He's also round. Round little guys. I wonder why they're round. Like why that's beneficial for the like Australian, New Zealand birds. Surely you will have some to land once it's out of winter. Oh, I hope so. I'm really manifesting. I don't know. When I first got my bird feeder, it took them a while to find it as well. And I just moved, so maybe it just takes some time. But I feel like it didn't take this long. We just like them round. You look up pink robins? Oh, no, I didn't. Let me do that. I am quite curious. My goodness, sorry. Sorry that it's like low-key my scuffed little ad break screen. Pink. Robin. Oh. Wait, that is really pink. This looks this looks photoshopped, but I guess there wouldn't be that many. It's so bright. The sky looks crazy. Oh my goodness. Wait, this kind of looks like the top. It has the same wait, am I pausing game? Okay, I am. They have the same like little thing above their nose. Well, at least the one I just was clicked on did. Like this one's got this little thing. I wonder if they're related. They look pretty related. Kiwi birds are so cute. They run, they jiggle. I've seen a lot of videos of kiwi birds. And they just don't look real. I don't know. Like what if they fall over? How do they even get up? I probably won't put up a bird feeder. I live in bear country. Oh, I didn't consider that. Do bears eat seeds? Oh, that is kind of sad. Yeah. I don't live in bear country, I don't think. But even if I did, I'm in an apartment like high up. So surely they wouldn't find me. Oh, I got to see kiwi birds before, like in real life, like up close. Where where did you see them? That's so awesome. YouTube video. Wait, hold on. Um, and then my judo carpool girly. I gotta. I forgot to message her back. One sec. One sec. One sec. One sec. Did you come to NZ? At a zoo. I'd love to go to NZ one day, though. Ugh, me too, for real. It looks so beautiful there. I just. Wow. Wowee, that's far away. I didn't know there were kiwi in other countries' zoos. Yeah, I didn't either. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm trying to think of what the most, like, kind of out there animal I've seen at a zoo. That's not, like, common, like a giraffe. Ooh, I saw a Tasmanian devil one time at a zoo. That was cool. They had like some like rehabilitation program because I guess it's common for them to get some sort of disease that like transfers when they bite each other. And so the zoo that I went to had this program where they were like trying to like breed them and then send them back. It was really cool. But yeah, I've never seen a kiwi. Okay. Bestie texted. Alright, now let's watch this little YouTube video. Sorry, I keep going back and forth. Maybe I should just do this scene here. I think I've got a scene here. Oh yeah. Look at this layering. Look at this professional stream. It's loading. It's loading. Oh. Uh, oh wow, they're running. How do they not have arms? Like what happens if they are like laying on their side? I guess those legs do look quite powerful. They fall. Yeah, but how do they get back up? I guess it's like kind of similar to like an ostrich or an emu. Like they have wings, but they can't really use it to push themselves up. They just look like... They just look so fake. It looks like somebody asked you to, like... I don't know. Have you guys ever played, like, those games where it's like... You have to draw something within a time limit? I guess maybe, like, Gartic Phone can be like that sometimes. It's like, quick, draw a bird as fast as you can. And they gave you, like, 10 seconds. And then you didn't have time to draw the arms or, like, the wings. That's what they remind me of. They also remind me of, these bad boys. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I never had one of these. But I had other webkins. I was aware of these. I just look at them. A perfect match. Well, I guess the beak is quite different. But just like weird little feet. Scruffy, cute. Ugh, what a good design. Good job, everyone who worked on the design of the kiwi birds. Yippee! Almost a perfect match. Almost. Getting there. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, I'm buying seeds. I'm buying seeds. I think this is gonna have to be my last day before I have to bounce for judo. Bam, 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 bam. Whoops. Hold on. Okay. I almost closed my OBS there. Teehee. 1 hour. I can go to the mines for an hour. Or should I save these bombs for the skeleton mines? Maybe I should. Okay, I'll just go fishing. Oh my god, 20 minutes passed. Shit. I'm off, gotta work. Save me! No! This is so sad. I hope work goes so smoothly and everybody is so nice to you and you get so many compliments. And then you get off work and you feel so good and you bump your favorite music. I don't even know what fishes I need. A catfish and a tiger trout. And I got 2 sunfish. Surely a tiger trout will just appear. Surely. Oh, okay. Some algae. Perfect. Perfect. Just what I wanted. Some green algae. Oh, a slime ball. How did you know? Man, this sucks. I'm going to the thing. Bam, 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 bam. Precious geodes. What is that? Life elixir. Restores health to full. That is so nice. Okay. Okay, I'll take it. I don't have anything for the museum. Okay. Bye, hero. Calling hero hom hero? Calling hero hom hero? What? Why are you calling them? Like just to chat? you're like calling the work phone and you're like, hi bestie. Hey there. I'm looking for a big wad of butt guts. The juicier the better. At least that's what the crabs seem to like. 100 pieces. That sounds kind of difficult, but a dozen leeks seems even more difficult. Surely I can get some juicy bugs. Oh wait, I can't get distracted. I need seeds for the farm. To save hero? Wait, you're calling hero to save hero? Okay, 8 gold ores. I mean, that makes sense. Oh shoot, okay. What if I proposed to Haley on her birthday? That would be like kind of cute, right? When you propose, does it like take you right to the wedding or is it delayed? Because it'd be kind of unfortunate if I like proposed and then the wedding was like the next day But there's like a festival going on, and then we have to miss out on the festival because we're getting married. I don't really know how it works, but I think proposal on birthday is very cute. Very cutesy. I could go for some juicy bugs. My goodness, and now a worm from our sponsors. Oh, garlic. We'll get 12 garlics. That seems like something good for cooking. Get some rice shoots as well. I don't really know what we need. Potatoes seem fine. I should have got bean starters, but since 8 days have already passed, it feels bad to buy something that, like, stays there the whole season. If only there's something that was, like, stayed from spring to summer. An apricot sapling? Oh, if only it bore fruit in the summer. Do any of these? Oh, peach does summer. Grab one of those, I guess. Yeah. All this is fine. Maybe some cauliflower. Honey. No, Hero Hom Hero is the hero of Hero Hom. Oh. Does everybody have one? Like, is there an aware hero? An aware NPC hero? An X Cinnamon Fox X hero? Animals are so innocent, so sweet. If I don't look after them, who will? I'm getting some supplies for the saloon. Pierre's got the good stuff. That's kind of cutesy. Do you want a daffodil? I like you, you're nice. Oh goodness, are you sure? Ugh, and he has such a good attitude. I really like Gus. I feel like people don't talk about Gus that much. Maybe because he doesn't really have much of like a storyline. But I like him. I don't have one, surely you do? Well, if you don't have one, why would I? Surely you have one. You gots to. Oh, I have some unpacked boxes behind me still. Don't tell anyone. But Scylla really, for some reason, likes tape. So sometimes I'll just be streaming or playing games or something, and I hear like crinkly, like plasticky sounds. And I look behind me, and there's just a little cat going on my tape. Just thought maybe you would want to know that piece of information. I do like that this restores health to full, but I feel like I need energy too. Also, I don't want a trash can shirt, but I can't throw it away. Well, I guess that's going in the fridge. Okay. Plant the things that take longest to grow first. Oh, do I have fertilizer here? Oh, man. This is not going swimmingly. The heroes only manifest for streamers or something. What? Sounds like a load of baloney. That's cute. It is cute, but I don't know. It's like, surely that's not great for her health. To just be gnawing on tape. Okay, looking good. I have so much rice. What do I need to process the rice? Oh, I already pet my little baby's foe today. That's good. Yippee! Dried common mushrooms. 113 energy. Maybe I just take that instead of the carrots. Maybe we sell the carrots. Carrots worth a lot. Oh, Can't forget to pet and water kitty. Oh, it's already watered. When did I even do that? I certainly don't remember that. Oh, don't sell that, please. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, wait, I wanted fertilizer. Don't sell me? Do you hate me that much? No! No. But isn't selling a little more respectful than eating? Surely. Oh, yeah, that looks good. Quality fertilizer. What is this? Oh, this isn't labeled as anything. Do you think this is a resource? Or a forage? I guess it can be an honorary forage. Oh my goodness. There's so much. There's so much happening. Your stir fry is on the menu. Yummy! Oh, that sounds so good. I mean, like, it sounds kind of silly to have a stir fry that's like just a carrot. Like, you know, I would say in theory, maybe you should have some broccoli or like just like something else. But in all honesty, I would go crazy for carrot stir fry. I really like carrots. You sell 'em. You sell 'em, bro. You a pimp? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. It's not like that. It's more of like, mm, like harvesting your organs. You know? Like cutesy style. Okay. I don't even think I got enough seeds for this. I thought I would have extras. But I don't even think I have enough. There's still gaps! Man. Oh well. Peach sapling can go. Oh, too close to another tree. Is this a tree? Okay, well, peach sapling can go here. Carrot can carry without other veggies? Yeah, I agree. I do quite like carrots. They're so yummy. Find this shadowy... Wait, is this not... Oh, not that one. Is this not Krobus? I already found Krobus. Kinda weird. Okay, put my shirt in the fridge. Then I'll be good to go to the mines. Carrot stir fry. Carrot. Carry on my wayward son. Oh, I should buy a chest here that's for clothes. Instead of storing my clothes in the fridge, maybe. Oh well. It's a later problem. Get Chinese food? Yo! Chinese food is so yummy. That sounds so good. One day I'll fix these chests that are just like randomly around here. Okay, I don't need this stuff for the mines. Surely. Okay. Wait, I have funny little statues and they're not even out. Okay. Let's go to the mines. I need to kill 1 billion bugs and get gold. Yeah. Gold and bugs foe today. No money? There's no... This Chinese place that gives you like 3 servings for $5 or something? Oh my goodness. I never considered that. But yeah, every time I get Chinese takeout, I get at least 2 meals out of it, if not 3. Oh man, Chinese food is so good. Yummy. Okay, where is gold? This is not looking like gold. I think it's on this level area thing. Maybe, perhaps. Only place within 30 miles. Aw, hell nah. This is so sad. You could make Chinese food. You could stir fry some chicken with teriyaki sauce, and then get some rice. Oh, so peak. So peak. Chinese food also costs a lot here, but everything costs a lot here. Aw, man. I think Chinese food here is like pretty regular. Like, I wouldn't say it's like $5. It's not like super cheap, but it's not like super pricey. I think it's pretty reasonably priced around these parts. Oh, man, no bugs here. I want crab rangoons. Oh my goodness. I want crab rangoons too. Man, the other day I was gonna go to Panda Express, but then I had car battery issues. Oh my goodness, but one of these days, I'm going. I'm making the trek. I'm driving half an hour for Panda, and I will be getting crab rangoons. What makes you think I have the ingredients, recipe, or skill to make any sort of Chinese food? I don't know, I feel like a lot of cooking doesn't necessarily require skill if you are able to follow a recipe. You don't have to have a good like sense for cooking to just follow the instructions, maybe? And I don't know. Maybe maybe next time you get groceries, you could get a little teriyaki sauce. I think you can also make your own teriyaki sauce. I don't know. Places usually have lunch specials that makes it cheap from my experience. That's pretty real. That's pretty real. I love lunch specials. They are my favorite. Hi, JT. Let's all go right now. Oh, owie. That sounds so good. You're making me hungry. Pretend you're video editing with food. That's so real. You just follow along with someone. You don't have the technical ability, you're boned. Also, I hate teriyaki. Oh. Oh man, I love teriyaki. That's like my favorite one. What do you like? Do you like orange chicken? I will say, I think orange sauce is a little bit harder to make. Because I feel like sometimes it low-key ends up tasting sweet. Like, too sweet. From my experience. But I'm sure you could make, like, something. Or, like, beef and broccoli? I think that's a pretty simple one. I think you could do something if you were really determined. Work on it for 2 minutes and then leave to rot. For video editing? Oh, you just like leave the pan on the stove unattended. Oh dear. Never had orange chicken? Oh, I love orange chicken. Wes loves lunch special. Bless you, Southwest Airlines. Hey, you can't be saying that. I do love Southwest Airlines, though. They're pretty awesome. As far as airlines go. But I think I like lunch specials a little bit more than that. They're a little more swag. Not compare those two. That's what I'm saying. Man, Jerchy's always coming in here just being a little gremlin. A bug! Do I have to slay the bugs? Can I just take them from my chest? I might low-key already have 100 bug meats. Juicy things. Maybe, perhaps. Yippee! Man, where are the bugs at? The bugs are back. But like they're low-key not. Feeling lied to. What is the bugs are back from? I've heard that so much, but I don't really remember the source material. Bing! Is that a Tarkov thing? Does anybody know what I'm talking about, or am I just like low-key yapping? Cave carrot. How much progress do we have? 5 out of 100. Well, it could be worse. Here's a lot of bugs. That's something. That's pretty awesome. Squash. Oh, I never talked to Gil. I got some sort of something for getting all those little hot dog monsters. Okay. To whom we go? Meow. I'd say that was pretty successful. Do I need squid ink? I think I already have squid ink. Look, he gonna sell my mushrooms. I think I'll be okay without them. Keep everything else. 211 out of 240 pieces of hay. Sheesh. I think I'm doing pretty okay. Pretty alright. Uh-huh. Oh, that doesn't go there. Does that count? Oh, that doesn't count. It's so over. It's okay. Next time, surely I will find 1,000,000 billion bugs, and I'll slay all of them, and they will all drop stuff. Wait, that doesn't even go there. It's so chill. It's so regular and chill. You have to make dinner now? What are you gonna make? I hope it's so good. I hope it's so yummy and tasty. I didn't even have amethyst. That's crazy. I thought I have everything. Okay. As for the quest, I don't know why I have 2 wooden clubs, but that can be sold. These gotta go to the blacksmith. This goes here. That goes there. This can be taken to the mines. And this is sold. Yeah. Productive. I probably won't be since my cooking skill has fallen off recently. It's recently fallen off. I thought I was like riding a bike where like once you kind of do it, then you kind of know what's going on. I'm so sorry. I hope it turns out good. Wow, look at all this money. Pretty cool, huh? Okay. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go get ready. Okay. Okay. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I had a great time. I'm low-key sorry that my stream schedules have been I've been dropping them like on Monday instead of Sunday. I don't know. I just don't be locking in sometimes. But it's okay. We're so chill. I'll be live again tomorrow to play Hearthstone. It's kind of awesome. It's kind of awesome. It's one of my favorite games of all time, and I don't know. I think since I know what's going on in Hearthstone, it's pretty easy for me to like yap to just kind of talk through it. So hopefully it'll be kind of yap heavy. But yeah, I hope you guys all have a great day. Let me find someone to raid. I don't got anyone. Exploding emoji. Thank you for the final care package. That's so sweet of you. Also, hi Waffle. Oh my god. Wait, Waffle, I thought your method was to go up. Like to go from like 21% to 22%. This is so sad. Wah, wah. It's okay, you'll surely get it back. Lickety split. Okay, sorry, let me lock in. Let's see. Are there any cool, cute VTubers playing Stardew Valley? Bam, 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 bam. Um, 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 oh wait. I thought I was following this person. I don't know why I'm not following this person. That's kind of awkward. Anyway, we're gonna raid Nat Lufa. They're pretty cute. I've seen some of their streams before. Yeah. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Here's a raid message. Here's a sub raid message. Oh, if I can type smirk emoji. But yeah, I hope you have a great day and drink plenty of water and get plenty of sleep and protein and make good choices and maybe like look at the sky if you haven't looked at the sky today and then go wow and maybe like say something nice about yourself and just overall have a great everything. Goodbye everyone. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.